app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games. Then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes owed to the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you may now be eligible for relief through current IRS initiatives for struggling taxpayers. In some cases, taxpayers may qualify to reduce as much as 99% of what they owe. You may already be experiencing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or audits and be unaware of this important information. Call Guardian Tax now to see what relief you may be eligible for at 800-404-6851. By taking action today, you may be able to stop all collections and resolve your tax problem before your tax problem gets worse. Tax experts are standing by to review your case and fight to slash your debt dramatically. Don't let your tax problem get worse and miss this time-sensitive opportunity. Check your eligibility with Guardian Tax now. Call 800-404-6851. 800-404-6851. That's 800-404-6851.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates yesterday, 3-2 winners over the Miami Marlins. The rubber match is today at 12:15, and it's right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Coverage at 10:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Paul Skeens takes on Max Meyer. Last night, the New York Knicks, 94-90 winners over the San Antonio Spurs. New York gets their first NBA title in 53 years, and tonight, the Hurricanes are at the Golden Knights, where Carolina, with a win, would win the Stanley Cup. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Sunday morning with Jack Colgrove.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning to you. Sunday, June 14th, 2026. on the heels of an immaculate, incredible, illustrious weather weekend in our fair city and its surrounding areas. Hopefully you got outside. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Whether that be out and about, whether that be in your backyard, in your pool, or just in your backyard cooking out, grilling out, doing whatever, or whether that be at the ball yard. And if it be at the ball yard, you saw a pretty darn good one yesterday, and we're going to lead off the show this morning talking about how they need another pretty darn good one today. You might run into some rain later on in the afternoon, but nonetheless, again, just a fantastic weekend in the Berg and the surrounding areas weather-wise. Jack Hillgrove with you Sunday morning on this June 14th right here on 93.7 The Fan. Fired up to be with you, fired up to be talking about some pretty darn cool sports stories this morning. Obviously, locally, the Pirates pick up a 3-2 win yesterday and put themselves in a spot to win a series. For my money, a much-needed series win against the Marlins at home this weekend. And across the landscape of pro sports, for the first time in over 50 years, the Knickerbockers of New York, champions of the NBA. You can't take that away from any of those players. Jalen Brunson cemented himself, for my money, as one of the great Knicks of all time. But I watched that game last night basically in its entirety. And I've said this before, like, for what I do for a living, covering football and talking about football, football's my favorite. And I think a lot of people would agree, because football, especially the NFL, it's king. We know that. From an X's and O's standpoint, like, if you were to tell me or ask me, what sport would you have the best chance of, like, being a professional coach of? It's basketball for me. I grew up playing. I wasn't any good, but I grew up playing. It was the first sport I played since I was younger. My dad played and coached. It's the sport I understand from a fundamental standpoint the most. And I say all that to say, watching the San Antonio Spurs play, especially the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter on Saturday night, was some of the most atrocious team basketball I've ever seen in my entire life. And for as much credit as you have to give the Knicks and Cat and Brunson and Anunoby and the head coach Mike Brown, you have to look at this young Spurs core and be like, what are we doing at home? Letting the Knicks in the final quarter climb back in with a 10, 12, 14-0 run. And unfortunately for San Antonio's case, it was just par for the course for the whole series. But for me, good for the Knicks that they won now. Because San Antonio will be back from, a Western Conference side of things. Oklahoma City is going to be back. And then in the East, obviously the teams that the Knicks have to get through, that core for the Cavaliers is probably going to stay mostly the same. They might be getting some reinforcements in the form of a third LeBron James tenure. The Celtics will get healthy again with Brown and Tatum. The Pacers will get healthy again with Halliburton, and they have a top pick this year. The Sixers always seem to linger around. I'm not sure that the Knicks can repeat anytime soon. So good for them that they won now. And I would venture to guess this won't be the last time you see Victor Wembanyama in the NBA Finals in the next several years. But I go on a little NBA rant this morning to welcome in our guy, Jolie Nelson. Jolie, in a Knicks crew neck this morning. Looks like you could be walking around Midtown Manhattan right now.
I absolutely could, and it would be joyful. It would be fun. That's quite the scene up there, I'm sure, in every different section of New York City. They are they've been waiting for this for a long time, and I can't recall the last New York championship of any kind lately. So that's good for them, and hopefully everybody is having a lot of fun and staying safe, because it is a scene up there.
Oh, it's a scene and a half for sure. I thought about this earlier, and I don't want to spend too much time on it because it literally doesn't apply to us here in Pittsburgh. But as somebody that wants to maybe have a future in sports talk radio, I know the history of sports talk radio, not just in our city, but around the world. It basically originated in New York at WFAN. And it's no secret that New York is some of the more passionate fans, probably some of the most passionate fans of all their sports teams in the country. So the question I have for you, Joel, and again, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but because the Jets and the Giants don't even play in New York anymore, you've got the Rangers and the Islanders. I guess technically somehow the Brooklyn Nets are in there as well. And then as far as baseball is concerned, the Mets haven't been around as long as the Yankees. But is there a more New York or more passionate group of people around their New York sports team than the Knicks? I would say the Yankees.
Yeah, it's either the Yankees or the Knicks. And I think because the Mets are pretty popular and okay, so put it this way. Between the Mets and the Brooklyn Nets, we can all agree that the New York Mets are the more prominent, and you expect them to do well and all that sort of stuff. I would say, yeah, it absolutely is the New York Knicks. The Yankees and the Mets, they're big. But if we're talking about one individual sport, the Knicks.
I think New Yorkers love the Knicks and the Yankees the most.
Who everybody can basically center around is what we're trying to get to. If you're one sport where all of New York goes into one team, the Knicks.
Well, and New York is has been a basketball hotbed and still is one. I think New York is a ginormous basketball city, in addition to, having the Yankees be as successful as they have. And yeah, you've got the Jets and the Giants up there as well, but they play in East Rutherford. I didn't realize how out of nowhere and out of the way MetLife Stadium was until I was there in 2019 for when the Steelers played up there and lost with Rudolph and Hodges. I mean, you've got arguably the Pittsburgh skyline kicks ass, but the New York City skyline is one of the most beautiful, probably the most beautiful skyline of any city in the world. And you can't build your new football stadium with some shred of a skyline of the Big Apple. It's in the middle of nowhere, and it's in the middle of parking lots for days. And yeah, obviously people in New York care about football and care about the Jets or the Giants, but I'm telling you, I think because Yankee Stadium, right there in the Bronx, popped up. It's really cool. I was there for the Pinstripe Bowl in 2016. When did they lose to Northwestern? I think it was 2016, Pitt. I believe so. And I've been to Madison Square Garden. It's
great place,
right in the heart of the city.
Great place.
MSG is awesome. I've never been there for a game, and I was always too young to go to the Big East tournaments. Back when the Big East basketball tournament was the mecca of college sports, at times. But I was there. My family and I took a vacation there when I was younger, and we got tickets for a tour of MSG. They up and down the whole garden and stuff. So that was really cool. Great place. And it's always funny, right? When you've got these teams that go on these championship runs that maybe the masses sort of fall in love with, they never seem to end up winning the championship at home. Right?
Yeah.
For as much love as the Garden and the Knicks in New York got through the whole Knicks run in the playoffs, one of the most impressive postseason runs in recent history, I might add, Like, it just seemed like the Knicks should win in the Garden with everything and all the attention that New York and the celebrities and the Knicks got during their playoff run, and they obviously didn't. The Steelers never really had a chance to, unless the Super Bowl ever comes to Pittsburgh. But the Pirates or the Penguins, I mean, Bill Mazeroski's Game 7 home run against the Yankees in 1960 was the last time a Pittsburgh team clinched a championship in the city of Pittsburgh. The Penguins should have done it like twice in their 5 cups. And then obviously the Pirates in 71 and 79, both of those were in Baltimore. You know, I don't want to get too greedy because I want to see a Pittsburgh team win a championship again, period. But it's like, will we ever get to the point where one of them will clinch it in our fair city? And what a moment that would be.
Gosh. It's going to feel like how, for Pittsburghers, it's going to feel like how Knicks fans are feeling right now. It's such a long wait. It's such a long wait. So, yeah, that's going to be thrilling. Whenever that time comes, that's going to be one of the greatest days in Pittsburgh sports history.
Absolutely. Fan text line, you can talk to Jolie there, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. No guest this morning. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation if you want to react to the Knicks winning Game 5 and winning the NBA Finals in 5 games over the Spurs last night. We can do that. I'm just curious as well at 412-928-9370 how much Pittsburgh cares. You know, one of the age-old topics, and I'll never, because I think it's a very lazy topic, will Pittsburgh ever get an NBA team? The answer is no. I don't think it'll ever happen, and I don't want that to be the focal point of us talking about the Knicks and the NBA Finals this morning, because I do want to spend some time on it in addition to the Pirates, and we can get into some Steelers stuff later on in the program as well. But I am curious how much Pittsburgh cares about the NBA Finals and how much Pittsburgh watched or gave a you-know-what about what was going on in the association. 412-928-9370. And how much you care about the NBA Finals in relation to the Stanley Cup Finals. Because that series has a chance to be over tonight. Game 6 at 8 o'clock with Carolina having a chance to etch their name into Lord Stanley's Cup this evening. And I say that because, like, obviously Pittsburgh doesn't have an NBA team, and obviously Pittsburgh has an NHL team. So, like, and the Penguins were in this Stanley Cup postseason, believe it or not, even though they didn't stand much of a chance against Philadelphia. But the Penguins exist and were in the playoffs. And I always feel like if your favorite team, obviously number 1, exists in the league, or number 2, makes the postseason but just doesn't get to the final series, like, do you still stay invested in that sport because the Penguins exist? Or are you watching more of the NBA Finals, even though obviously Pittsburgh doesn't have a team in the NBA? Myself, and I was talking about this earlier with me just understanding the fundamentals of the sport more, I was watching pretty much all of the NBA Finals and most of the Conference Finals series. I have not watched, for an extended period of time, a single game in the Stanley Cup Finals series, which maybe I shouldn't admit, because, Jolie, I don't know how much you've been keeping up with it, but I think it's been pretty entertaining. Has it not?
There have been some really good games, so a little surprised you've missed out on those first 5 games. So, hey, you got another chance tonight.
Oh, I'll definitely watch tonight. Definitely watch tonight because, as well, and here's another thing for Penguins fans at 412-928-9370. Like, I'll root for Jordan Staal all the live long day. And I heard Pomp say this the other day, like, Jordan Staal might have a legit chance to win the Conn Smythe here if Carolina wraps it up tonight in 6 games. He is 5th on the team in points so far this postseason. and is obviously, their guy, their veteran leader. But you look at Jordan Stahl's career, and I mean, he's only here for 6 years, but was a member of that core, right? I mean, obviously the big three of Crosby, Malkin, and Letang still exists, but the stretch of that core was Jordan Stahl and Marc-Andre Fleury. And Fleury has bounced around, but Stahl left the Penguins in 2012 and has been with the Carolina Hurricanes ever since. And the fact that he is still playing at a pretty high level and has a chance to help Carolina not on his own, but on his own veteran leadership win a Stanley Cup this year, I think it's pretty cool. And you talk about, man, what the Penguins were able to accomplish in the draft, 03 to 06. Fleury, Malkin, Crosby, and Jordan Stahl, all with their first-round selections in consecutive years. Now, granted, the Penguins had to absolutely stink for them to get to that point. But in 2003, Marc-Andre Fleury goes 1-1. In 04, Malkin goes with the second overall pick. Crosby, obviously, number 1 in 05. And then Stahl in 06. And you look at also those draft classes as well, like Tyler Kennedy, our guy, was an 04 draft pick, role player on a championship team. Letang was the third-round selection in 05. The Penguins were kind of cooking and fired on all cylinders in the NHL draft from 03 to 06. And even if you want to go back to 02, they took Ryan Whitney, 5th overall in 2002. Colby Armstrong in the first round in 01. Brooks Orpik in 2000. They hit on some guys. And is the 2025 class maybe shaping up? They didn't have a first-round pick at 24, but Harrison Brunick got his 9 games of NHL play at the beginning of last season. Is the 24-25 draft classes maybe shaping up to be, I don't want to say as good, but close? I think Kindle, Joel, right, for all intensive purposes, was a slam dunk at 11th overall. Bill Zonin, right? He was down the stretch run for Wilkes-Barre, a pretty darn good player, and I think might have a future immediately on the Penguins roster. Will Horkoff, forward out of Michigan, wrapped up their first-round pick. First-round selections, I should say. We'll see. Time will tell. But I mean, those guys have to be good for the Penguins, obviously, to continue to build and rebuild a young core for the future. All right, 412-928-9370. A little all over the place in the first segment, but we'll get it back on track for the remaining several segments this morning. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. 412-928-9370. As we'll shift back into the Pirates when we come back. How important is today's game? How confident are you with Paul Skeens on the mound? Not just because it's obviously our guy and the reigning Cy Young winner, but these days I don't have much confidence in the Pirates to win games once the starting pitcher exits. And we're going to talk about the bullpen when we come back. I was doing some quick math before the show started this morning, breaking down the earned runs the starting rotation has given up versus what the bullpen has given up. And we'll talk about that when we come back. And obviously, I mean, the age-old narrative, it seems like all of this season is the bullpen's got to get better. So we're going to continue down that rabbit hole as well with the numbers after this weekend that are pretty eye-opening. So we'll get into that, and we'll get into your phone calls at 412-928-9370 when we come back on a Sunday morning. Jack Hillgrove with you on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates yesterday were 3-2 winners over the Marlins. The rubber match will be early this afternoon, 12:15. You can catch it right here on The Fan and on the free Odyssey app, especially if you do not have Peacock. Paul Skeens will take on Max Meyer. Skeens is 6-5 with a 2.84 ERA. Meyer 6-0 with a 2.85 ERA. Coverage on The Fan at 10:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, and the Pirates Insider Show begins at 11:15. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Two of the top 20 teams in the current rankings are set to face off each other in Arlington, Texas. The Netherlands versus Japan. The Netherlands, who are the odds-on favorite to win Group F, rely heavily on their wingers, but must be careful not to turn the ball over to a Japanese defense that can transition quickly, which benefits their strong counterattack. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. The biggest stage in World Soccer is days away, and every goal changes everything. And now FanDuel is giving you a reason to root for every single one. And introducing Every Goal Pays. Bet on a match and get bonus bets for every goal scored in that match. That's right, more goals means more bonus bets. And all you have to do is turn on your token. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started now. The U.S. in this big soccer tournament hosting these games. Usually the host does well. First game will be against Paraguay. That is coming up here in a little bit. And the total goals over-under in this matchup, 2.5 goals, plus 132 to the over, minus 170 to the under, as the U.S. tries to get out to a good start in this tournament. Let there be goals on FanDuel and start playing today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus token. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From backyard barbecues to homegrown herbs, the best parts of summer start at Lowe's. Right now, get 3 Ferry Morse 1.3 quart vegetables and herbs for just $12. Plus, get 4 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for only $10. Whether you're planting something new or giving your garden a refresh, now's the time to make the most of your outdoor space. Save more on what you need this summer at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Protect your property, safeguard lives. This message is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association's Pittsburgh area contractors. Did you know that a well-maintained fire sprinkler system will save lives and property? Don't wait for an emergency to find out your system isn't up to par. Property owners, act now. Schedule your fire sprinkler system inspection today. Be proactive. Be prepared. Visit nfsa.org to find a certified professional near you. Remember, prevention is always better than cure. Protect what matters most.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Join us at the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It's Wednesday and Thursday this week, the 17th and the 18th. Wednesday at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. You can help local VFDs with a tax-deductible donation by texting FIRE to 412-207-3456. It's brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park of Donegal, Leon's Billiards and More, and the Myers Law Group. I will be there. Fun times will be had. Has anybody discussed the pairings? Are we allowed to unveil those, or are they waiting till tomorrow to get into all that?
I wish I had the answer.
So that means I'm going to play it on the safe side and not...
Probably should.
Okay. I will say this, though. If you've listened to me in the past, I obviously do a lot of these shows by myself. I will be paired with several of the everyday weekday hosts throughout various times on Wednesday and Thursday, and very much looking forward to it. And if you're going to be in the area, come on down to either the Wexford VFD or Robinson Town Center on Wednesday or Thursday to say what's up and help a good cause. Fun event every year. Looking forward to being part of it again. All right. And this is where I want the masses to kind of, not masses, people to call in and react at 412-928-9370. I have come to the defense of Don Kelly several times this year when it comes to the Pirates bullpen. And the defense in my mind is relatively simple. It's, the fact that Don Kelly has no control whatsoever of quite literally everybody in the bullpen just giving up runs on a consistent basis. It's not like we're, once upon a time with Derek Shelton, who continuously put Colin Holderman in baseball games, and Colin Holderman continuously crapped down his leg in the 7th and the 8th inning. That was when it was on the manager. I have come to the defense of Don Kelly in 2026 because everybody is to blame in that bullpen for giving up runs, and you can't do anything about that as the manager. What you can do is just be consciously aware that your bullpen is not very good, and be consciously aware of situations as they're happening. Yesterday, with 2 outs in the 5th inning and 84 pitches, and for all intents and purposes having his best start of the season, pulling Bubba Chandler. I understand there were runners on, but pulling Bubba Chandler in that situation is not being consciously aware of things that are happening and things that are going on. And that's why I'm going to give it to DK a little bit here this morning. What are we doing? It's not like Bubba Chandler had 105, 110 pitches through 5 2/3. He wasn't even at 90 yet. And worked himself into a little bit of a jam. I understand that. But was having, again, what was his best outing of the season up until that point. Not only that, your bullpen's atrocious. Your bullpen has been, actually, believe it or not even in the bottom 5 of bullpen ERAs this season, which might be hard to believe in Major League Baseball. The Pirates' bullpen ERA after yesterday is 4.46. It's not good, but it's only 21st in all of baseball. So believe it or not, there are 9 teams or 8 teams that have worse bullpens than the Pirates do across the league. But it's still not very good. And it's been maybe the only Achilles heel of your baseball team all season long. We're not aware in that situation. Take it all into account. Chandler's pitching well. 84 pitches. Your bullpen's bad. There's 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning. Let him finish the inning. Not only that, you go to Mason Montgomery, right? The hard-throwing lefty who I think has been relatively disappointing so far this season. There have been, good outings where he's opened for Chandler. But I think a lot of us thought that Mason Montgomery would be a piece that would be, consistent in the middle of the bullpen, not one that's got a 4.30 ERA almost halfway through the season. You go to a hard-throwing lefty against Gilberto Hernandez, who's not even a left-handed bat. Like, that's when I start to sympathize with the matchups, right? Okay, if 2 outs in the 5th and there's a little bit of a jam, if it's a lefty-on-lefty situation, fine. Get me the guy that could throw triple digits, especially if the left-handed bat can't handle left-handed pitching all that well, and most of the time the matchup favors the left-handed pitcher. But it was a lefty-on-righty matchup. And 4 pitches into his outing yesterday, Montgomery blows the lead. Luckily, the game ended the way it did, and Gregory Soto was able to shut the door. But come on. Again, I think a large chunk of why the bullpen is as bad as it's been, you really can't put on Don Kelly because Don Kelly can't make these guys pitch better. But what you can put on Don Kelly is the decision to pull Chandler after 84 pitches yesterday. asinine. Especially with the circumstance of where Chandler was in his outing and the overall circumstance that your bullpen's like just not very good. The principle of the bullpen is this. If you could avoid having relief pitchers pitch in the 5th, definitely the 5th, but in the 6th or 7th inning, job well done. I'm at the point now when I watch Pirate games where I hold my breath when the starting pitcher exits, which is why, again, Skeens is on the mound today and they've got to give him run support. Not him run support. They've got to give their bullpen the run support. If Skeens exits today in a 1-run ball game or a tied ball game, I will be crapping my pants for the duration, for the remainder of the ball game. 412-928-9370. Alex is on the Fan this morning. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Talking about Don, I'm doing very well. I agree with you. Don Kelly can't help the bullpen. He has to manage the staff he's given. But one of the things that you touched on briefly, let's put a good lineup out when Skeens is out. We've consistently not put our strongest lineup to give him the run support, and I wonder how much of that pressure he's feeling when he's on the mound. And then you also have to wonder, the starting pitchers have to be aware that they need to hand off a big lead because their bullpen's capable of blowing massive leads when they come in.
Yeah.
So how much of some of the struggles our starters are getting or having is feeling that pressure that, man, I've got to have at least a 2 or 3 run lead when I step off or we're not going to win.
That's a good point. Obviously, that's mental pressure, Alex in Steubenville. Thanks for the call, man. And I don't know the nuances of the neurological makeup of the 5 guys in that rotation, but if you put me in those shoes, yeah, I would, mentally think about my starts a little bit differently, knowing that the bullpen hasn't been very good this year. And as far as the lineups go, I mean, they're missing a couple of their heavy guys. They're big names with Griffin and Cruz still sidelined. Connor Griffin's situation worries me, Joel. I think Connor Griffin's injury could potentially be a little bit more worse than it's been led on. And I had mentioned this before, but I wonder if he'll play shortstop at all for the remainder of the season. If they're fearful of something arm-related with him. And I know he's been throwing, and I know that he's looked good, and he's trying to ramp up the throw, but it's just the inkling, the hunch I have. I think the injury might be a little bit more serious than it was led on from the get-go.
It was 2 weeks ago today when O'Hearn returned from injury and Connor Griffin went on IL for him, and the initial expectation was that this would be one of those like shorter stays, like the minimum or whatever for Griffin. So ideally, he should have been back by now, and the fact that he hasn't even had a rehab start yet is not the best. I think he's going to Florida, I want to say, though. So
to like Bradenton for a rehab assignment or just to go down there?
I think just going down there just in general for, I don't know if it's another further examination or something, but he should have at least been playing some sort of baseball right now. So hopefully this is something where he doesn't end up on the 60-day IL.
That would be a dagger in the heart, metaphorically, of course. Let's go to Melvin this morning. Good morning, Melvin. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Fantastic, sir.
First of all, it sounds like the Pirates might have hired the Steelers' former training staff with all these injuries.
Well, I don't know. I mean, do next time I go cover the Pirates, Melvin, do I have to ask Don Kelly if his starting shortstop was pushing a blocking sled?
Or if he took a needle to the shoulder.
Ooh, good point. Continue.
Paul Skeens and maybe a couple of others should never leave in the middle of an inning with the bullpen that we have.
I agree.
Who would you rather have, a a 70% Paul Skeens trying to get out of a jam, or one of them bums coming out of the bullpen trying to get us out of a jam?
I would take 35% of Paul Skeens, I think, Melvin.
Let him finish his mess that he possibly created, or the outfield or the infield created with an error or whatever. But he's going to get them out more than most. Then you keep your bullpen where they belong, in the bullpen, without giving up runs. And as far as hitting goes, we have some hitters, some non-hitters, namely Triolo. That guy should not be allowed to swing his bat until he has 2 strikes. And if there's anybody on base with 1 out or less, he should be bunting. His BP should stand for bunting practice. He should be bunting no matter what, because he's an automatic double play. Yeah, he's got a couple of hits the last week, but that's not good enough. Every time he comes to bat and somebody's on first base, I'm ready for the inning to be over.
Yeah, Melvin, thanks for the call.
Bunt.
I understand it, Melvin. Thanks for the call, and I understand the frustrations with Triolo, and I understand the frustrations with Ozuna and some of these other guys, but, we've got bigger fish to fry when we talk about these Pirates. In the past, and by the past, I mean a year ago, when Skeens was going 8 innings of just elite baseball and you can't muster a run against Philadelphia. That's where the offense was an issue. I almost want to make the case right now. Actually, maybe I won't, because I don't want to alienate people from calling into my show, because I want to try and talk to as many people as possible. But here's where I stand on the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2026. If you're listening to this station right now, you know, because you watch. The bullpen is horrendous. There are multiple people employed in that bullpen right now that just stink and aren't capable of handling late inning baseball at the major league level. And the Pirates offense as a team is 6th in baseball in team batting average and 6th in baseball in team OPS. And they've hit the 13th most home runs in baseball. 84 home runs so far through the 2026 season, and their team on base plus slugging of 738 is 6th in the major leagues. Let's put the offensive issues aside, folks. We have bigger fish to fry when it comes to this baseball team. I understand that Triolo is what he is offensively, but like it or not, Triolo's an elite defensive option that hits left-handed pitching at .315. That unfortunately plays if you don't like Jared Triolo. And I understand that Marcell Ozuna's got an 8-figure contract, and he has not put it together at all, really, this season. But despite Ozuna and in spite of Triolo, they have a top 10 offense in baseball. Can we not complain about individual offensive aspects of this team when the group is top 10 in the bigs and the bullpen is as bad as it is? We've got bigger fish to fry. The Berg Proud Challenge is gaining momentum, and we need you. Join the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers by moving 30 miles this June. You can grab a one-of-a-kind Berg Proud shirt featuring all 3 black and gold logos when you start a fundraising campaign and raise your first $25. Plus, your contribution goes twice as far thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/Odyssey. PGH. 412-928-9370. Yesterday, the Pirates giving that lead up, but fortunately, being able to win the baseball game, giving the lead ups on the manager. Agree or disagree at 412-928-9370. And are you like me in believing that complaining about the offense and the Triolos and Ozunas of the world is a waste of time and energy? Especially when the bullpen's as bad as it is. 412-928-9370. More on the bullpen, more on the Pirates, more of your phone calls when we come back right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates defeated the Miami Marlins on Saturday afternoon at PNC Park in the second game of their three-game set by a final score of 3-2. Spencer Horwitz was hit by a pitch in the bottom of the eighth inning to give the Pirates the 3-2 lead. Gregory Soto came on the top of the ninth to get his 10th save of the season, striking out one. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Breeze Airways is your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville. To celebrate, we're giving you and a guest a chance to win passes to the Bourbon and Beyond Music Festival in Louisville, round-trip airfare for two from Pittsburgh to Louisville, and a hotel stay. Enter at breeze2music.com. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Send a postcard home from somewhere new this year and book at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice. In partnership with Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to Pennsylvania residents age 21 and over. Enter by 11:59 p.m. Eastern on June 20th, 2026. Approximate prize value $3,850. Complete rules and price details at odyssey.com/rules. Enter at breeze2music.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When the call comes in, firefighters must be ready to respond. The same is true for their equipment. Glick Fire Equipment Company answers that call. Glick is a proud family-owned company based right here in Pennsylvania. They provide the fire trucks, the ambulances, and EMS response vehicles in your town. When every second counts, Glick Fire Equipment must be ready to respond. The Glick Fire Equipment family salutes all the first responders across our great Commonwealth. Visit glick.com to learn more.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to Eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off. Plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee-ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain expected in the late afternoon and early evening. Hopefully with the 12:15 first pitch today, that makes it steer clear if you're heading down to the ball yard as the Buccos wrap up their series with the Fish at 12:15. It is Max Meyer, 6-0 with a 2.85 ERA going for the Marlins against our guy Paul Skeens. Skeens 6-5 with a 2.84 clip and a whip of .93. Pretty darn good. And because of the bullpen, hopefully Skeens throws like 8 innings and exits, and they're up 4-0. Excuse me, 412-928-9370. Couldn't get to the cough button quick enough, so let's go to Marty in Greensburg. Hey, Marty.
Hello, sir. The reason I'm calling is our bullpen needs revamped completely. Even Soto scares me when he comes in sometimes. That bullpen just does not look like bullpen of old from Pittsburgh. That was one of our strongest points in so many years, and this year they are garbage.
It's bad. It's really bad. And who would have thought, and I said this yesterday at a buddy's house with some friends, like, why couldn't we have the worst Pirates bullpen maybe in my lifetime in a year where they were like 60 and 100? Why is it in the season that the Pirates actually have some offense and actually have some excitement and a chance to be competitive?
I agree with you because our starting pitching, we're going to have hiccups. It always happens. You can't expect a perfect pitch every game. But the offense we got right now is one of the best offenses I've seen in a long time. I've watched the last 2 World Series, so it's not like I haven't seen good Pirate baseball.
Sure.
And to see this happen with the way this offense is going, this offense is awesome. We haven't seen an offense like this in quite a long time. And to see our second baseman leading the league in home runs for second basemen, having the power he has, and the way that this offense is going is great. It's that bullpen's what's killing us. Every time he relieves our pitchers and brings in the bullpen, I always think, here we go.
Yep.
We blow up 6 runs. Ramirez brought him in last night. I thought we were going to lose. It was a miracle he stayed on course and did the right thing. That bullpen actually showed up last night, which hasn't happened.
Well, no, that would have been 2 nights ago, Marty. Thanks for the call. Yesterday was the Mason Montgomery fiasco. But yeah, I mean, Ramirez, in typical Johan Ramirez fashion, Friday night, it was he walked the first 2 and then struck out the 3 guys to get out of it. But again, and I'll co-sign this, and I've heard Pony and Muller say it. Meanwhile, speaking of Muller, baby Malsey number 3. And they finally have a girl. Congratulations to Chris and Alex. Great people, a great family. And Best wishes as Chris continues to get to know the new little one as he takes some. What is it? It's paternity for the father, right? And maternity for the mother? Okay. I always get those confused. Let's go to Jake. Wants to talk about Marcell Ozuna. Hello, Jake.
Yeah, how you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm well. I just feel like sometimes the Pirates need to take a step back before, signing somebody. Like, their past, their history, what happened, but you still sign them. We could have saved that money for somebody else to put in the bullpen. We could have used that money somewhere else. I don't feel like Ozuna is a perfect fit for the Pirates.
No, he's not. He's definitely not. And I agree with you in spirit, right? Because hindsight is 20/20 because it was $12 million that could have went to the bullpen, but they still invested in it, right? I mean, they gave Gregory Soto, what's he making? $8.5 million this year. So it's not like they didn't completely invest in the bullpen. They spent some legit money and got a late inning guy that's been probably your best reliever all season long. Hindsight is just very much 20/20 in the fact that, I would rather have, 2 extra relievers at $6 million apiece than Marcell Ozuna hitting 190 for $12 million.
Exactly. Because I'd rather, like I said to you earlier, I'd rather see Callahan on the field. The way he played the other night, there's mad promise in that guy.
I think so too. And thanks for the call, man. And the other issue with Don Kelly I had was the Saturday lineup. Or, I'm sorry, the Friday lineup. The hero in that final Dodgers game. 2 home runs. Joe, he got a curtain call, didn't he? I don't care if he's facing a left-handed pitcher the following day. At some point, you've got to put, and I feel like one of the elder statesmen that calls into our programs from time to time, you've got to put the matchups and the computer aside and look at a guy like Tyler Callahan and say, yeah, man, go back out there and let's see what you can do. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. 412-928-9370. Good stuff the first hour. Let's keep it rolling. And we're with you until 10:45. I don't remember the last time I ended a program before the top of the hour. That makes Joel's job a little bit more difficult. But I have all the faith in Jolie in the world. He's a wonderful man. He's in his Knicks sweatshirt, riding high after the New York Knicks are now NBA champions for the first time since 1973. Hour number 2 when we come back. More on the Buccos, more of your phone calls at 412-928-9370. I teased it segments ago. We're going to get into it now. What the rotation looks like numbers-wise versus the bullpen. And my plea to not only Don Kelly to manage the late innings better, but to the general manager in the front office for doing something to fix it externally. Coming up next on my Sunday Morning with You, Jack Hillgrove, right here on 93.7 The Fan.
When life changes in an instant, an accident, an injury, or the loss of someone you love, the last thing you should worry about is fighting for justice alone. At Contos, Menjean, Killian, and Hassan, they put people first. They listen, guide, and stand with you through every step. Because of them, your success and your peace of mind will always come before anything else. Call 412-709-6162 today for your free consultation. That's 412-709-6162.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now and keep your phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $800.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges up to $800 for new account qualifying unlike device credit service ported 90-plus days with device and eligible carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 15 days. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free pay maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Yinzer Nation, pro football is coming to Paris, and True Fan Travel is bringing you there. October 20th through the 26th. 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris. Steps from the Arc de Triomphe, a private group tour of the city, a dinner cruise along the Seine, a pep rally with a black and gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate before kickoff at Stade de France. This is the first ever pro football game in Paris. You don't want to watch this one from your couch. Book now at truefantravel.com. Spots are limited.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. The biggest stage in world soccer is days away, and every goal changes everything. And now FanDuel is giving you a reason to root for every single one. And introducing Every Goal Pays. Bet on a match and get bonus bets for every goal scored in that match. That's right, more goals means more bonus bets. And all you have to do is turn on your token. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started now. The U.S. in this big soccer tournament hosting these games. Usually the host does well. First game will be against Paraguay. That is coming up here in a little bit. And the total goals over under in this matchup, 2.5 goals, plus 132 to the over, minus 170 to the under, as the U.S. tries to get out to a good start in this tournament. Let there be goals on FanDuel and start playing today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus token. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years of equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
You crushed that hill workout today. Coffee on me.
Thanks.
Never mind. Left my wallet at home again.
Did you know, with a Dollar Bank checking account, you can pay with your phone?
You're kidding.
Nope. You can add your card to your mobile device in minutes to make purchases, so you don't have to carry a wallet.
I owe you one.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank. Open your account online today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Message and data rates from your carrier may apply to Dollar Bank mobile banking.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. The Pirates yesterday were 3-2 winners over the Miami Marlins. The rubber match will be today at 12:15. Paul Skeens will take on Max Meyer. Coverage on the Fan at 10:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Catch it all right here on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app, especially if you do not have Peacock. Knicks last night, 94-90 winners over the Spurs to win their first NBA title in 53 years. And tonight will be Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Carolina leads Vegas 3-2 in the series. Puck drop is 8 o'clock. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Right now, hour number 2 with Jack Kilgrove.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekend.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
What's with people a part of teams that lose playoff series in the NBA and their perception of how the series went when they lost? Eastern Conference Finals, when the Knicks just dismantled the Cavaliers in maybe one of the most lopsided playoff series ever. Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson says, well, analytically, we won 2 of those games. What does that even mean? And then last night, Victor Wembanyama says to the press, we absolutely dominated for most of the series, and you lose in 5. No, you didn't. What are we talking about? I understand that they had leads that were eviscerated, big leads. But you cannot say that your team absolutely dominated for most of the series when you lose in 5 games. That's not how it works. It's not how sports work. Here's another NBA topic for you, Jolie. LeBron James will play for blank in 26-27.
Oh, man, that is going to be fascinating. Gosh, I don't know. It seems like there's been so much talk about it that he's definitely not going to return to the Lakers. And I mean, when they made that trade with Luka Doncic, that was we're getting Luka Doncic to be the centerpiece of our franchise once LeBron James is out. I think LeBron goes back to Cleveland.
I do too.
It seems like they're the favorite. I don't know where else he'd go. Unless he goes to, I don't know, could the Knicks go after him?
So I know the Cavs said they wanted to sign James Harden to a deal, but now TBD, right? Because isn't James Harden a little bit of sticky situation?
Yeah, like a misdemeanor yesterday.
Donovan Mitchell at the 2. Do they still have Dennis Schroeder for next year? Who's a decent enough.
He's a respectable point guard, but he's a journeyman at this point.
Yeah, but he's played with LeBron.
So what?
He is under contract for next year and 27-28. So if they don't bring Harden back, which if they get LeBron, I doubt it. But Schroeder aside, Donovan Mitchell, LeBron, Evan Mobley, and Jarrett Allen being 4 of your 5 starters makes the Cavaliers an instant favorite in the Eastern Conference next year.
Yeah, that's a really good core group that can...
And Max Strus is a good player. But he's going to come off the bench if LeBron James decides to go back to Cleveland. Has anybody not named Rich Hill had like 3 different tenures with a professional sports franchise?
That's a great question.
I think Rich Hill had like 4 stints.
There have probably been some Pirate players who have been with the team 3 different times.
You think?
Yeah, which, man, that would be a really good name game topic for the guys on Tuesday.
Yeah, Rich Hill was with the Red Sox in 2024, 2022, 2015, and then 2010 to 2012.
So 4 different stints.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
And only one of them was more than 1 year. That Rich Hill was always... do you still play Immaculate Grid?
Here and there, yeah. You?
Yeah, he's here and there. He's always the slam dunk. If you... Him and... who was the other starting pitcher that played for everybody? Played for the Cubs. That's who I remember him most by.
John Lester? No, there's no way. So someone who pitched for the Cubs and like 50,000 other teams.
Yeah. Now it's bothering me.
Was
Edwin Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
He's played for 14
Tampa,
different
Arizona.
franchises. Edwin Jackson and Rich Hill have played for 14 different teams.
That's actually crazy.
It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Mike Sillinger in the NHL, 12 different teams in 17 years. In the NBA, Ish Smith, 13 different teams. And then Josh Johnson is the NFL's record holder. He has been a member of 14 different NFL franchises. That might be the most ridiculous one. Especially at that position. Continuing to find work at quarterback in that league. Enough for half the league to be like, yeah, okay. It's pretty crazy. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. Pirates and Marlins at 12:15, an early one today to wrap up the series, a series that they need to win. I, like a lot of you, maybe not like a lot of you, but I think a lot of you, still do not necessarily count the Pirates out of being a postseason contender, based off of how the series went back-to-back with the 2 best teams in the NL. Yes, they lost 5 of 6 to the National League's 2 best teams. And going into that Braves series, the narrative was, it's a good litmus test to see where these Pirates are. I mean, I look at 2 of those games in that series and think if they just had competent enough of a bullpen, we're talking about a completely different stretch of games. And I've tried to play this game before too, Joel. Like, if the bullpen was just okay, they're probably 40-31 at least?
Something like that. You take away, I don't know, however many blown saves they've had this year and take away half of them, and they're much better than 1 game over 500.
Absolutely. So I'm not ruling out the idea that the bullpen can get better, whether or not guys improve or they trade for guys. Because that needs to be, a month from now. Well, not really a month. Well, yeah, no, a month from now. July 31st is the trade deadline. A month from now. If we're talking about a baseball team that's 1, 2, 3 games over 500 still, they need to address the bullpen, and the bullpen at the deadline, and need to be unbelievably aggressive about it. So I'm still not ruling out the idea that the bullpen gets better at some point. And that's why I'm not ruling out the Pirates from being able to still be a postseason potential player, despite getting swept by the Braves and losing 2 of 3 at home to the Dodgers. But today's a big series. The Pirates have been at 500 a couple of times since the beginning of the season, but have not fallen under 500 since they were 2-3 at the end of March. And if the Pirates are able to win today and get to 37-35, you go on the road and play the Athletics, who are okay, hovering around 500 the same way the Pirates are. And then you take on the Rockies, who are 20 games below 500, and I think by the record, the worst team in baseball. Little 6-game road trip. You've got to win at least 4 of those games. I would probably even go as far as saying I would like the Pirates at least to go 5 of 6 on the road. That's a tall task. Going out west, I understand that. But the Rockies are bad. Skeens is going to pitch in that Rockies series. Chandler's going to pitch. Ashcraft's going to pitch in the Athletics series. You need to win at least 5 of those games. It's not like they're going on the road and facing the Astros and the Braves again. It's the Athletics and the Rockies. And you could help yourself a lot by setting yourself up for that series by winning today. Again, 12:15, first pitch down at the ball yard. I did want to get into this, and I want to react to it next at 412-928-9370. So as I mentioned, the Pirates bullpen, believe it or not, there are 9 bullpens in baseball that are worse than the Pirates. The Buccos bullpen's ERA this season is 4.46. Baltimore's 22nd in baseball at 4.52. The A's is a 4.60. Nationals, Angels, Rays, Reds, Rockies, Royals, and Derek Shelton's Minnesota Twins have the worst bullpen ERA in baseball, a 5.44 clip. Ugh. Another reason, sidebar, we'll get back to it, but sidebar, another reason why the Pirates need to win at least 4 or 5 out of 6 when they go on the road. They're going on the road and playing 2 teams that have bullpens that are somehow miraculously worse than theirs. Come on. But a 4.46 bullpen ERA so far this season. And if you split it up and do the math, and I was pretty proud of myself for being able to figure this out. Look, Jolie, I'll even show you up my notebook. Doing the old school subtraction.
I like it.
Yep. It's that Baldwin education. It failed limits, but it didn't fail me. The starting rotation, if you take everything into account, the bullpen's ERA is at 4.46 and 318 2/3. The Pirates pitchers, period, have pitched in 638 2/3 innings so far this season. Which means if you do the math, starting pitchers have pitched in 320 innings. It's almost like a 50-50 split. The starters in 320, the bullpen 318 2/3. For a starting pitching staff that was raved about in the offseason and was raved about last season and has the reigning Cy Young winner, a 50-50 split almost between the starting pitchers and the bullpen as far as the innings go makes no sense. I'll just put it into perspective for you. The White Sox and the Orioles are one above, one below the Pirates in bullpen ERA rankings. The White Sox bullpen, 4.36 ERA. The Orioles bullpen, 4.52 ERA. The White Sox relief pitchers have pitched in 283 innings, and the Orioles bullpen has pitched in 252 innings. With the exception of the Tampa Bay Rays and the Milwaukee Brewers. No team has more innings out of the bullpen than those two. The Brewers are 42-26, and the Rays are 40-27. So for teams to be 10, 15 games above 500 and your bullpen pitches a lot, okay, that's fine. You're winning baseball games. There is no reason that the Pirates have the third most innings out of the bullpen, out of relief pitchers this year, with as bad of a bullpen as it's been. What are we doing? The starting rotation's got an ERA of 3.94, which I think is pretty solid. It's not as good as it was at this time last year, but it's still pretty darn good. But the eye-opening number for me, the two of them, that the Pirates starting pitching innings as a starting pitching staff is almost a 50-50 split with the bullpen, should not be occurring. And the fact that the Pirates, and as bad as the bullpen has been, Pirates relief pitchers have pitched the third most innings in all of baseball. Second and first are two teams that might end up being the World Series matchup for all we know, the Rays and the Brewers. What are we doing? Seems to be the theme of the morning, Joel. What are we doing? 412-928-9370. Fan text line number for that as well. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, and they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. You can follow me on Twitter at Jack_Hillgrove. My name is Jack Hillgrove. We're with you until 10:45 this morning. We'll go back to the phone lines when we come back right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates were 3-2 winners over the Marlins yesterday. The rubber match will be today, 12:15. Paul Skeens will take on Max Meyer. Coverage on The Fan begins at 10:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Catch it right here on The Fan and on the free Odyssey app, especially if you do not have Peacock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Brazil versus Morocco was everything that was expected between a five-time champion versus a semifinalist from the last tournament 4 years ago. Morocco dominated early and opened the scoring in the 21st minute. Then Brazil tied it up in the 32nd minute with an outstanding goal. And the result was a 1-1 draw. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's Daily Rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore, from historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute markets. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja. Pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. But they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh. Cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Jack Hillgrove with you on a Sunday. Beautiful Sunday, June 14, 2026. Real quick, Pat Narduzzi and the football program at the University of Pittsburgh trying to get some you-know-what done. Picked up a couple of commits over the weekend. And in the month of June, the 2027 Pitt football recruiting class right now has 22 hard commits, 27th in the country, headlined by a commit that they got a couple weeks ago in 4-star safety Jeremiah Proctor, 6'4", 210 from Gainesville, Georgia. Seems to be a player. And I now officially feel old because you know who else is in that recruiting class, Jolie? I know you're not a Pitt guy.
Probably someone whose dad played at Pitt.
Yes. And I am old enough to remember, like, playing at Pitt, and, like, I was old enough to, like, when they lost, cry over them losing games. Jonathan Baldwin, Aliquippa's own. His son, Jaden Baldwin, is a wide receiver, and he committed to the University of Pittsburgh. Seems to be a different type of receiver. John Baldwin was, like, 6'5", and a jump ball masterclass. Jaden Baldwin listed at 5'11 and a half, 180. So maybe like a slot guy or something like that. But seriously, there was a time when Jonathan Baldwin would go up for a jump ball, and it seemed like, you know, they call those 50-50 balls. With John Baldwin against, like, insert defensive back from Rutgers or Louisville or South Florida, John Baldwin was going up and making a play. And unfortunately, if you ask Kansas City Chiefs fans who their biggest, like, if you would ask Steelers fans in the last, like, 15 years who the biggest first-round bust is, it might be not Broderick Jones, but before Broderick Jones, I think everybody would say Jarvis Jones.
Jarvis Jones, yeah.
If you ask Kansas City Chiefs fans who their biggest first-round bust is in the last, like, 15 years, unfortunately, it's Jonathan Baldwin.
He had a grand total of 2 touchdowns with Kansas City.
Yeah. And I think he didn't even make it past his full rookie contract as a first-round pick.
He only
like 20th overall, I think, too.
He only played 2 seasons for them, 11 and 12. Can you name the team who he played 7 games for in 2013?
San Francisco.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of a sicko when it comes to random knowledge about Pitt athletes. That might be a Fan 5 alarm little segment if Doran or Crowley are listening. Well, I guess spoiler alert. Wednesday morning, I will be at the morning show. I'll throw that out there. Hopefully Craig doesn't get mad at me, but I will be with the morning show Wednesday morning at 6 a.m. with Doran and Crowley. Very fired up for it. Me versus Doran. Pitt football, Pitt athletics trivia.
That would be fantastic.
Speaking of the Fan 5 alarm, you can join us for lunch at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department on Wednesday, June 17th from 11 to 1. Stop by for hot dogs, subs, chips, cookies, and more, courtesy of Saloni's Italian Bread, Smith's Hot Dogs, Oakmont Bakery, and Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings. That is Wednesday, June 17th from 11 to 1, and then we'll be at Wexford VFD from Wednesday pretty much all day, and then Robinson Town Center on Thursday till 6. 412-928-9370. Our guy Mark in Fort Lauderdale has been patient on hold. Good morning to you, good sir.
Good to talk to you as always, Jack. A couple things. I want to ask your opinion. Do you think Charrington's going to move? I'm not talking about Seth Hernandez or Eddie Florentino, but a Murph Gray or a Wyatt Sandoval to get an established closer, a Senzatella, Victor Vodnik, Garrett Whitlock, Peter Fairbanks is in town right now with the Marlins.
Mark, I'm at the point where anybody not named Seth Hernandez is fair game. And I maybe would throw Edward Florentino in that untouchable class as well. But as I go ahead.
I hope they move somebody to get somebody. But you also have a good internal candidate that just got promoted to Indianapolis. He's kind of a sleeper. He pitched in the SEC. Jaden Woods, a left-hander. I really like his stuff. I saw him in the Arizona Fall League, and I think he's got the ability to come up and help as well.
That'd be nice, and especially if Brandon Benoit can kind of find a home at the major league level as well, Mark. I appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Again, I'm not ruling out the idea that the bullpen improves, but if it does improve, I think it's a lot more likely that it improves externally than internally. Maybe, just maybe, one of those internal improvements could be Hunter Barco. He did not have a particularly good start to the season this year. 11 2/3 in the ERA in the high sevens. And a 4.14 ERA so far in Indianapolis since he's been sent back down. But, that might be a spark. I'm still of the belief that Hunter Barco's not being used correctly. I think he's kind of been lost in the shuffle of this starting rotation, and I think Hunter Barco's ceiling at one point was a pretty viable back-end starter that just hasn't gotten the opportunity to be one yet. But if you go to just MLB Pipeline and you look at the Pirates' top prospects, who are some of the guys that you would consider to be untouchable when it comes to moving some of these guys like Mark brought up, because you're going to have this conversation at some point. Moving off of some of these guys to get guys. Seth Hernandez, I think, is a universal untouchable. Right? I mean, even if it meant that you could get Tarek Skubal, although and then this is just a complete hypothetical and just for the sake of, that would be like the only trade I would be okay with moving off of Seth Hernandez from, Jolie. Other than that, I mean, there's a real chance that Seth Hernandez is in the rotation at the major league level 365 days from now.
Very good chance. If he just keeps on spiking his way up through their minor leagues, yeah, he's got some wicked talent.
Greensboro so far off to a rough-ish start, a 4.15 ERA through 5 starts at High A Greensboro. But in Bradenton, 6 starts, the ERA was less than 1. He's legit. He is the third highest prospect in all of baseball right now. And at 19 years old, as I mentioned, a chance to maybe be at the big league level a calendar year from now. He's untouchable. Edward Florentino not having a particularly good 2026, kind of the same thing as Seth Hernandez. Really good stuff in Bradenton, like hilarious stuff in Bradenton, an OPS of 1250. And then ever since being promoted to Greensboro has struggled a little bit with a 665 OPS and a 188 batting average. But he is legit pop at corner outfield and first base at just 19 years old. He's another one that he would have to be the centerpiece of a trade for like a couple of really good players that could help this team right away. Other than that, everybody's fair game. Flores, both Valdez's, Termarr Johnson, Wyatt Sanford, Stafora, the guy they picked up, the middle infielder that they picked up in the Ke'Bryan Hayes trade from Cincinnati. Thomas Harrington, who was once upon a time a top pitching prospect. All of those guys are on the table for me to help make this bullpen better. And I think Ben Cherington should be after it sooner rather than later. Paul in Washington on a Sunday morning. Good morning to you, Paul.
Mr. Hillgrove, how are you, sir?
I'm fantastic, sir. It's always good to hear your voice. How are you?
Well, that's nice. I'm glad to hear that. You might not be so glad to hear my voice after you hear what I have to say. A couple of days ago, one Mr. Andrew Flip-Flop Flipper Filipponi was on the All from Washington bandwagon about Donnie Kelly. And Donnie needs to go, and Donnie's in over his skis. Donnie Kelly this, and Donnie Kelly that. I'd like to see if maybe you've changed your tune a little bit, and that you think Mr. Kelly is in over his skis. Sounds exactly like Derek Shelton after every game. Is making all the wrong moves on the chessboard, and not just to mention get rid of Donnie Kelly, but I think it's way past time for Ben Cherington to be shown the door. I don't know what Bob Nunning's doing down there in Wheeling, West Virginia. Maybe he's up there at the golf course. I don't know what he's doing. But I think you should pay a little bit more attention to what Chuck from Uniontown and Paul from Washington have to say when it comes to running his organization. Because that's the first time I heard Chuck from Uniontown call for Don Kelly's immediate firing.
I must have missed that. I must have missed that from Chuck, Paul. Thanks for the call. And maybe Chuck's out there listening and can call in and clarify the point. But look, they're a team that's above 500 right now, and they're a team that, and Don Kelly's a manager that's been much better than Derek Shelton. And as I said earlier, a lot of the bullpen being what it's been this year has not been on Don Kelly. There's not much what you can do when literally everybody in your bullpen is just giving up runs and costly moments on a consistent basis. With that being said, pulling Bubba Chandler yesterday when Bubba Chandler was pulled was an inexcusable, indictable act by the Pirates skipper. No situational awareness whatsoever. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. No situational awareness whatsoever. Your bullpen's bad. Your young starter, the last couple of times, has seemingly figured it out, and hopefully Bubba Chandler is turning a corner this season. But was having one of, if not his best outing of the season, and was at under 85 pitches with 2 outs in the 5th inning. Why bring your bullpen that's been bad, consistently bad all season long, into the 5th inning of a ball game when you really aren't forced to? And it wasn't even, I would still be mad if they brought Montgomery in for a lefty on lefty matchup, because I mean, again, Bubba Chandler should have been able to finish that inning regardless, but I could see sort of both sides if it was lefty on lefty, Montgomery against a lefty for the Marlins. It was not. And 4 pitches into Mason Montgomery's outing yesterday, he gives the lead up. Inexcusable. Head-scratching, infuriating decision to pull Bubba Chandler yesterday by the Pirates skipper. And maybe to answer Paul Washington's question, he was asking if I was inching closer to that crowd. After yesterday, maybe I am, but I'm not going to go there quite yet. And as far as Ben Cherington goes, listen, I've had my issues. Without a doubt, I've had my issues with Ben Cherington. But the Brandon Lau trade looks pretty darn good. The Ryan O'Hearn signing looks pretty darn good. And Gregory Soto, for the most part this season, has been pretty darn good as well. So there have been moves made that Ben Cherington, I think, deserves some flowers for. And drafting a lot of these guys that are top prospects that we're excited about, sure. But if you were going to do it, you had to do it at the end of the last offseason. Or at the end of last season. 412-928-9370. Speaking of the Pirates, 93.7 The Fan of the Pittsburgh Pirates, they want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. We're with you until 10:45 this morning. So I guess like halfway through, maybe a little over halfway through. More time for your phone calls when we come back on the Buccos at 412-928-9370. I'll throw the question out there since he's been brought up and since he pissed me off yesterday. Don Kelly, grade him. A through F, plus or minus, throw one in there, grade him. So far as the Pirates skipper. Been on the job for a little over a calendar year. 412-928-9370. We'll go back to the phones when we come back right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates were 3-2 winners yesterday over Miami. The rubber match will be today, 12:15. You can catch it right here on The Fan and on the free Odyssey app, especially if you do not have Peacock. Coverage here on The Fan begins at 10:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, where Paul Skeens will take on Max Meyer. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Barry and Steve Aaronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE-kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Do you remember 1981? MTV was launched, Dan Marino was the quarterback for our Pitt Panthers, and PGT Trucking was established in Beaver County. It's hard to believe that was 45 years ago. Since 1981, PGT Trucking has been an industry leader in flatbed transportation, providing quality jobs for drivers, diesel technicians, and office staff in Western Pennsylvania. Join the PGT Proud Professionals today. Find out more at pgttrucking.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot.
60-40.
Dr. Fago. Rock and roll.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple,
Orange.
I think one just said my name.
Fago, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The Sunday same game parlay coming up in, I guess, half hour, 9:20, 9:25, somewhere in that range. Julie, we're still over this season. We only hit one last season. My goal was to hit two.
2 in one season?
Yeah. Hit two of them in one season. I have like 2 of the legs set already. We have to build the rest. Probably do that in between this next break and the following one before we get to it. At some point, we'll hit one. Gosh darn it. Fan Weather, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain expected in the late afternoon and early evening. Hopefully with the 12:15 first pitch this afternoon. That gets you into and out of the stadium in plenty of time before any rain moves into the area. 412-928-9370. Chuck is in the truck, and that rhymes, and we'll go to Chuck in the truck now. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Jack. Great show. Thanks for taking my call and hail to Pitt.
Heck yeah, man.
A little input on the Bubba Chandler thing.
Okay.
I think Bubba's a head case. Obviously, you can tell by his body language. Big league pitchers don't act like that. They're trying to work on his head space, and I think that's what they did when he was in the minors. Once he showed he could control himself a little bit, they brought him up. The stuff plays. He's getting really close. I feel if they'd have let him in and he'd have given up those 2 runs yesterday, he'd have gone in the tank for 2 weeks. They'd have lost 2 starts on him. That'd have looked bad with the whole Majinski thing. He really has the electric stuff. You don't have many guys that dial it up to 101 in the 5th and 6th innings. I get where everybody's coming from, but that's just kind of how I feel about it. I'm not defending
So you think them pulling Bubba Chandler was like a mental or a psyche precaution, as opposed to like a matchup situation?
Absolutely.
See, and
he's getting close.
He's definitely getting close, Chuck. Thanks for the call, man. I understand that line of thinking, but I look at it from the other perspective. If it is a mental or a psyche decision, what does finishing that inning and getting out of that jam do for Bubba Chandler in a good way from a confidence, mental, psyche standpoint? And it still goes back to the bullpen for me. If at all possible, there is zero reason that any Pirates relief pitcher should enter a game in the 5th inning. Now, if you get to pitch counts 90, 100, okay, fine. But with the way this bullpen has looked consistently in 2026. No reason at all other than high pitch counts by the starter should you have a relief pitcher pitch in the 5th inning of a ball game. And hopefully they can avoid it today with Skeens on the mound. Because, and I said this earlier, and I feel like a lot of people watch games the way I do. Anytime the starting pitcher for the Pirates has exited a game in 2026, I hold my breath from whenever till the 9th inning. Because it's just a sick game that we're all forced to watch and hold our breath for. Pirates relief pitchers coming in and trying not to blow games. The good news, though, is that the Pirates bullpen isn't the only sports team that blows games. The San Antonio Spurs blew like 3 leads in the NBA Finals. And that's why the Knicks are champs for the first time since the early 70s. Anywho, Skeens today, 12:15 on Peacock. Max Meyer, 6-0 with a 2.85 ERA. Paul Skeens, 6-5 with a 2.84 clip. The Pirates are minus 163 on the money line. The over-under is 7 in this ball game. I think the under and some Skeens props will be featured in the same game parlay, Jolie.
I think that's the way to go. I think Paul Skeens, knowing he's facing someone who's got almost the exact same ERA as him and has not lost a game this year. Max Meyer has a big fat Kiwi in his loss column this year, a 0. Paul Skeens is going to be on his game.
I can't believe you beat me to it. Congratulations.
You had all the time of the world.
I know. Congratulations on all your success. Yeah, Meyer and Skeens are actually pretty similar numbers-wise across the board this year. 2.84 ERA for Skeens to Meyer's 2.85. Skeens has 3 less innings pitched so far this season, 76 to Meyer's 79. The whip for Meyer, 1.09, Skeens 0.93. Meyer's given up 1 more hit, 57 to Skeens' 56. Skeens has 3 more strikeouts, 89 to Meyer's 86, the walks. And this is the most, to me, a lot of what Paul Skeens does, Joel, is unbelievably impressive. But I think the most impressive thing about Skeens since he's made his major league debut until now is the strikeout to walk ratio.
Oh, it is incredible.
It is so good. Meyer's got 29 walks to 86 strikeouts. Skeens has 89 Ks and only 15 walks so far this season. Last year, 216 strikeouts to 42 walks and 32 walks to 170 in his first season in the Bigs in 24. It is 475 career strikeouts to 89 career walks. That is a fun game to play. 25 away from 500, 11 away from 100. Joel, what happens first? Skeens 500 career Ks or 100 career walks?
Where was he at with both of those again?
475 strikeouts, 89 career walks. I think he gets to 500 Ks first.
The strikeouts, yeah, absolutely. Those things come in bunches.
And again, the ratio has just been ridiculous for his whole career. I wonder how many pitchers have gotten to 500 career strikeouts before 100 career walks in the history of the game.
That's a fascinating list, whatever that might be.
Might be worth a
little Tuesday look for the guys.
A little Google. Yeah, that's another great name game topic. We had that one. And then the other one, we were talking about teams that have won championships on home field, home ice, home floor, whatever, since like 2000.
Gonna take a gamble that Donnie, Pony, and intern Jack are not listening right now.
It's a good topic. We just keep coming up with them. All right. We're with you until 10:45 this morning, so a little over halfway through the program. We'll go back to the phones on the Pirates at 412-928-9370. I did want to get into a little bit of Steelers as we are now in the hiatus between training camp, OTAs, minicamp, and training camp. An interesting topic that I heard earlier in the week that I'm low-key stealing, but it's fine. The worst position group on the team. But is it the best, worst position group the team has had in a long time? We can get into that. We can keep talking Buccos at 412-928-9370. If you want to talk NBA Finals, we could do that as well. That's the beautiful thing about Sunday morning sports talk radio. Low pressure, low maintenance. The show is yours, and the phone lines are wide open. 412-928-9370. Jack Hillgrove with you again until 10:45 right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Summer is in full swing and the action is heating up at BetMGM Casino. Soak up the season with nonstop excitement and play wherever you are. New players can jump in with a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house when you sign up using bonus code HOMETOWN. From spinning exclusive slots under the sun to thrilling live dealer games after dark, there's always something happening. Your favorite casino games are just a tap away, giving you the freedom to play anytime, anywhere. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and make every moment count this season. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. The Pirates yesterday were 3-2 winners over the Marlins. The rubber match will be today at 12:15. Catch it right here on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app, especially if you do not have Peacock. Coverage here on the Fan at 10:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, where Paul Skeens will take on Max Meyer. Knicks last night won their first NBA title in 53 years with a 94-90 win over the San Antonio Spurs. Tonight, the Stanley Cup could be finished. Carolina with a 3-2 series lead over Vegas. They would win it all with a win tonight. Puck drop is at 8 o'clock. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Live and local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
The typical YouTube faithful in the chat this morning, shout out to them. 10:45, we hand it over to the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. We're taking you up until then. I'll probably take you up until about actually 10:40, give or take. 12:15. Skeens on the bump for the Buccos. And with the bullpen existing the way it has this season, hopefully Skeens 8 2/3. No, it doesn't have to be 8 2/3, but if you listen to the first chunk of our show this morning, not this morning, we're very adamant that the bullpen needs to be better, to say the least, and the manager needs to be better at managing this pitching staff, because pulling Bubba Chandler, when Bubba Chandler was pulled yesterday, was inexcusable for my money. We had a caller earlier suggest that maybe because Bubba Chandler has been, it seems like at times, a little bit of a head case this season, maybe Bubba Chandler being pulled when he was pulled yesterday was a preventative for the psyche, for the confidence, because of the line of thinking like, well, if he is a head case, what if he does give up those runs instead of get out of that inning? What does that do for his immediate and long-term confidence? But I look at it from the angle of if it was a mental decision, a psyche decision to pull Bubba Chandler, which I don't think it was. I still think it was matchup-based for whatever reason. If it was the confidence decision to pull him, I look at it from the aspect of, okay, well, what does Bubba Chandler getting out of that inning and getting out of that jam do for his confidence in a positive way? Because he's close, and he's trending up, and he had a fantastic outing yesterday that he should have been able to finish. And above all else, no matter if it's strategy, matchup, psyche, whatever the decision is to go from starter to reliever one in ball games, almost never until it's fixed should a Pirates relief pitcher enter a game in the fifth inning. Until the bullpen is fixed or it fitfos, the fifth inning should be off limits to relief pitchers. Obviously with the caveat of, well, if you've got your starter at 100 pitches in the fifth inning, you've got to do what you've got to do. But that was not Bubba Chandler yesterday. Bubba Chandler was at 84 pitches when he was pulled. 412-928-9370 is the number to join our conversation this morning. Joel, are you a Toy Story fan? You're not a movie guy, but have you seen the Toy Story films?
I've seen the first 3.
Okay.
I've got some work to do. I know that much. But
well, if you've seen the first 3, I mean, 4's only 1, and it's the worst of the 4.
Is it?
Oh, I think absolutely, without a doubt. I saw a clip on social media, it was Instagram Reels or TikTok, with Quentin Tarantino, who's like one of the great like directors of like actual like legitimate cinema drama of all time. And he said Toy Story 3 is one of the greatest films he's ever seen. I would respectfully agree. They knocked Toy Story 3 out of the park and then some. And it's like, it's a tough line I dance with because I grew up on the Toy Story films 1 and 2. And I think it's really cool that the same franchise has lasted 30 years where like multiple generations of kids grow up with Buzz and Woody and the gang. Because my 3-year-old niece likes Toy Story, which is awesome because obviously the first movies came out when I was a little kid. And I think it's cool, again, that franchise has lasted long enough where multiple kids and multiple generations of kids can grow up with it. I just hope that this new film, because there's 5 of them now, it's like, okay, are we getting to the point where 5 is way too many? Are we getting to the point where we're like just jumping the shark or it's a money grab? Which I don't want it to be. We'll see, though. I'm going to plop my 28-year-old butt down in a theater and watch it, though. You bet your bottom dollar. That's what I'm fired up for. We were having this discussion yesterday. And this is like, I feel bad because you're not a movie guy, but that, like, movies are back. The Odyssey comes out, I think, in July. Have you seen the clips for that?
No.
Okay, so the cast is unbelievable. It's based off of the ancient Greek story of the Odyssey. Matt Damon plays Odysseus, and it's shot all in IMAX with like the Greek mythical monsters and cyclopses and stuff. It looks unbelievable. Might be the greatest movie of all time. It's what it looks like. So I'm fired up for that one as well.
Good deal.
And then you've got at the end of the year, you've got the Marvel films, Spider-Man, Avengers, blah, blah, blah. All right, 412-928-9370. Again, wanted to get to this and pose this question, and we could open up the phones to it when we come back as well, to get into a little bit of football this morning. because we are in that weird period of time, and there's only a couple of them nowadays with the way the NFL has it structured, right? Where there's only like a couple of several week periods where football is kind of obsolete. I mean, you think about it, right? So the season starts in September and ends in February. And you do have that weird little period from like mid-February till the end of March where there's really not a whole lot, or mid-March when there's not a whole lot going on. And then once you get to March, it's free agency, coaches meetings, April's the draft, May and June OTAs minicamp. And now we're at mid-June to mid-July where, again, not a whole lot to talk about when it comes to the NFL. But I wanted to bring this up because I saw a couple of my dear friends that cover the Steelers, Alan Saunders, Chris Carter, talking about this on one of their podcasts about what could be the weakest link as far as the position groups go for the Steelers. What are the weakest rooms in 2026 for the Pittsburgh Steelers? And if you go back and look at a couple of them, especially the recent years, right? I think you could make a giant case that the receivers were the worst position group in 24 and 25. And it was a legitimate problem because they just did not have a third wide receiver at all. Jeremy Bernard, you trade up for him and draft him in the top 50. And it seems like on paper he'll assume that role well. But, more important than that, the Steelers have a wide receiver 2 that seems reliable enough now in Michael Pittman to pair with DK Metcalf. So the wide receivers are no longer a candidate for what's the worst position room for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. For my money, I think it's the inside linebackers. I think it's the inside linebackers, but I also think that if it is the inside linebackers, it's maybe the best, worst position room the Steelers have had in a really long time. Patrick Queen, up and down as a Pittsburgh Steeler, and I think it's safe to say that this is probably his final year in the black and gold. Peyton Wilson, I think, still has a lot of upside, but has shown signs of what are we doing out there? And then behind those two, it's like, okay, you still got Malik Harrison for another year. You brought in Jamin Davis, and it seems kind of thin. Carson Bruner still lingering around as a special teamer in that spot. Still seems kind of thin. So that's why I feel like that room might be, the weakest link on the team. Safety's another candidate as well. Deshaun Elliott, I mean, I love me some Deshaun Elliott. I think Deshaun Elliott was one of the best bargain free agent signings when they brought him in a few years ago, and his extension was a no-brainer. But he had a pretty catastrophic injury last year. How does he bounce back? That's a giant question. Paired with Jaquan Brisker. Jaquan Brisker, great young player, obviously from the area, and has some upside, but there is questions about concussions. I'm not saying that neither one of those guys are going to bounce back or play well this year. I think they both will, and I think Brisker and Elliott will be a great tandem back there. But again, questions arise about those two guys. But more importantly, when we're talking about that room, then those questions, not a whole lot of depth behind Deshaun Elliott and Jaquan Brisker. Not a whole lot of depth behind those two guys. Because again, even though Jalen Ramsey was there a bunch last year because he had to be, he's going back to slot corner. And the cornerback room might be my favorite position group on the whole roster. But, with all due respect to Sebastian Castro, And the guy they finally signed, Darnell Savage, I wonder about the depth behind there and if there is, another move for the Steelers to make this offseason, either ahead of training camp or to be in, during training camp. I think it's maybe to add another safety at some point down the line. 412-928-9370. It's also the number of the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter is presented by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. 412-928-9370. Of course, calls on the Pirates ahead of this series finale against the Marlins. How important is this series finale today? Especially now with the Pirates heading on the road out west, the A's and then the Rockies. I think it's pretty darn important. What say you? And to throw a Steelers topic in there, is the inside linebacker room, in your mind, the worst position group on the field for the Steelers this year? But is it the best worst position group they've had going into a season in a long time? 412-928-9370. Phone calls and the Sunday Same Game Parlay when we come back right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates yesterday, 3-2 winners over the Marlins. The rubber match will be today at 12:15. It's right here on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Coverage begins at 10:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Paul Skeens, 6-5 with a 2.84 ERA. Will take on Max Meyer, 6-0 with a 2.85 ERA. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. True Fan Travel is making it happen October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Your package includes 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, a full-day Versailles experience, a meet and greet with a Black and Gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate on game day. Everything is handled. All you do is show up and be there for history. Book now at truefantravel.com.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julie and Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Summer is heating up, and there's a brand new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe. Welcome to the family at Smale Chevrolet. Ready to hit the road? Take advantage of their hottest deal yet. 0% financing for 5 years on all new 2026 Silverado light-duty trucks. 0% for 5 years. Your perfect ride is waiting, from rugged Silverados to family-ready SUVs. Visit them on Route 30 or shop 24/7 online at SmaleChevrolet.com in Latrobe. Must finance through GM Financial. Not all qualify. Ends July 7th. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Join us at the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Wednesday at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and Thursday at Robinson Town Center. That's the 17th and the 18th, this Wednesday and Thursday. You can help local VFDs with a tax-deductible donation by texting FIRE to 412-207-3456. Fan 5 Alarm brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park of Donegal, Leon's Billiards and More, and Myers Law Group. And I already let the cat out of the bag a little bit, and I'm sure the 5 alarm pairings will be discussed at some point during one of the day shows tomorrow. It'll be the Fan Morning Show with Jack Hillgrove to kick off the Fan 5 Alarm at the Wexford VFD on Wednesday. I will be there with Crowley and with Doran to kick it off on Wednesday. Very fired up about it. I've become a big Adam Crowley fan. I've known, because again, I worked as a producer at this station in college, and knew everybody that worked here at that time from an on-air talent standpoint, worked with a lot of people, including Content Craig when he was hosting Pirates pre- and post-game. But Crowley was not working here at that point yet. And then by the time Crowley started here, I was not back here as a part-time host yet, and I didn't meet Crowley until a couple of years ago. And like I said, I've known everybody else. I've known Doran since I was a little kid, back when Doran played for Pitt. I've become a big Adam Crowley fan. He's a fun time. All right, Jolie. It's time for the Sunday Same Game Parlay on June 14th, 2026. Some numbers for you. The Pirates as a team are 6-5 on Sundays this season. Last Sunday, they lost 3-2 to the Atlanta Braves. That was our first Sunday Same Game Parlay back in a couple of weeks. I was not working on Sunday morning, the 24th, because they didn't have a show available for that time, because that was that Blue Jays game that was early. And then the Sunday game against the Twins, I was in Deep Creek on my buddy's bachelor trip. So I've done 9 Sunday Same Game Parlays, and we are 0 for 9. Last week, we had O'Neal Cruz involved in some player props, and he was not in the lineup last Sunday against the Braves. So that was an 0 for. We hit 1 last year. My goal was to hit 2 this year. And we're almost halfway through the season, and we don't have one yet. I'll even expedite the goal a little bit and say we've got to hit 1 before the All-Star break. And today is going to be the day. All right. 2 starting pitchers with ERAs sub 3. You know what that means. Under in the first inning and an alternate total. We'll get to the alternate total at the end. But the first inning result is going to be under 0.5 runs. Nothing after 1. Leg number 2, inspired by producer extraordinaire Joel Nelson, who said, and I quote, Ryan O'Hearn is going to do something today. So a Ryan O'Hearn RBI on the docket. I wanted to fire up a Marcell Ozuna prop. I did, believe it or not. Because Max Meyer, Pirates are 5 for 18 lifetime against Max Meyer. Marcell Ozuna has 4 of those 5 hits. Ozuna is 4 for 9 lifetime with 3 RBI against the guy pitching against the total. And the alternate total was under 9.5. One more time, the Sunday Same Game Parlay on June 14, 2026. First inning result, under 0.5 runs. Ryan O'Hearn to record an RBI. Max Meyer for the Marlins, over 5.5 strikeouts. Paul Skeens for the Pirates, over 6.5 strikeouts. And the alternate total, under 9.5 runs in this series finale between the Buccos and the Fish. Your thoughts, Joel Nelson? Is today the day?
I think today is the day.
I think today's the day.
There is a lot that, if this game goes on paper as it should, we've got ourselves a winner, Jack, and you are finally in the win column in 2026.
We have to do the math. How many games on Sunday do they play all season? They've played 9 so far. We need to figure out, we're behind schedule, obviously. I want to hit 2 of them, and we haven't hit any yet. They've got Sunday 3:10 against the Rockies, a 135 against the Reds on June 28th, 1 p.m. on Peacock on July 5th against the Nats. And then another 12:15er against the Brewers on July 12th. So 4 Sundays left before the All-Star break. And then second half of the season, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The season ends on a Sunday, September 27th against the Detroit Tigers. But when we get to that point, Steelers pregame. So they've got like 20 Sunday games left. But how many opportunities will I have for the same game parlay on the air? Translation, it's now or never. You've got to make it happen. And I feel good about it today. Tail it, criticize it, call me a moron. I don't really care. But that's the Sunday same game parlay for June 14, 2026. Limited edition 2026 Fan 5 Alarm t-shirts are available at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. A portion of the proceeds will go to local volunteer fire departments. And of course, that's all a part of the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Zero Res Commercial Cleaning and Myers Law Group. June 17, June 18, this week at the Wexford VFD on Wednesday, Robinson Town Center on Thursday. And we've got some interesting host pairings on tap for the Fan 5 Alarm. Actually, 412-928-9370. Call it, text it, or YouTube chat it. Which pairings do you want to see for the Fan 5 Alarm? And we'll see if the masses were thinking along the lines of our boss content, Craig. We'll get to the phones. Back to the Pirates. Brought up a Steelers topic as well. Back to the phone lines when we come back at 412-928-9370. Jack Hillgrove with you on a Sunday morning on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates today take on the Marlins at 12:15. The Pirates yesterday were 3-2 winners over Miami. It is Paul Skeens today up against Max Meyer. Coverage on The Fan begins at 10:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Ram of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore, from historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plates. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In-stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Lots of more savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Celebrate America's 250-year anniversary with Prism Fireworks. Visit PrismFireworks.com.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. We're with you for about another hour, give or take a few minutes, taking you up until the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, which gets underway at 10:45 with Dan Zangrilli from PNC Park. The Sunday same game parlay today between the Pirates and the Marlins, if you missed it, is the first inning under 0.5 runs. Ryan O'Hearn to record an RBI. Meyer and Skeens over on strikeouts. Meyer's at 5.5. We're going over, and Skeens is over 6.5. And then we tease the under up a couple of runs. We're going under 9.5 for the game total. Tail it. Don't. Whichever you want to do. 412-928-9370. The Knicks are NBA champs. The Hurricanes might be Stanley Cup champs in like 14 hours. That's pretty much it these days with what's going on in the sports world. Again, one of those funky periods of time where there's not a whole lot of NFL to discuss. And Jolie, I went over this in the last segment. Like, if you break down the NFL calendar, there's like 2 several-week periods in the 12 months of the year that, like, not a whole lot of NFL stuff. Because you've got the season from September to February, and the first period without a whole lot of football is right after the Super Bowl for about a month until free agency. And then it's free agency, coaches meetings, owners meetings, the draft, and then rookie minicamp, OTAs, and then the second period is the one we're in now with, no off-season activities until training camp. And then once training camp hits, I mean, it's pretty much gearing up towards the season.
And hopefully the Pirates will still be above 500 and competing and contending for something big once all that rolls around.
412-928-9370. The Steelers' first training camp practice is July 29th. Will the Pirates be at or above 500 on July 29th at 412-928-9370? Jolie, I'm going to say yes.
I think so too.
Let's run through it real quick. I'm going to predict them to win today and get to 37-35.
I will too.
Is it reasonable to suspect that they can win 4 out of the next 6 between the Athletics and the Rockies?
Yes, that is very much reasonable.
Okay, and let's say they do that, and then after June 21st, they're 3 games above 500. Seattle at home, tough team. Hypothetically, let's say they only win 1 of those games, and they're back to 2 above. Then the Reds, the Phillies, the Nats, the Braves again, and then the Brewers. Atlanta and Milwaukee in back-to-back series is a tough 6 games going into the All-Star break.
I mean, really, and Washington has been respectable this year, so you can even say with the Philadelphia series and that being on the road as well as Washington, that is a gauntlet, starting with that Philadelphia series all the way through Milwaukee. Nothing that you would consider.
Let's do it. I mean, June 29th starts a 4-game set in Philly, and then they've got to go to Washington, and then Atlanta, Milwaukee at home before the All-Star break. And then right off the All-Star break, you go to Cleveland, who's in first place in the AL East. And then you have to go play 3 in New York against the Yankees. And then you come home and play the Cubs. And the first Steelers spring training, the first Steelers training camp practice will be series finale against the Diamondbacks, July 29th. I still think they'll be above 500. And then by that point, we're talking about trade deadline, and hopefully by that point, they'll have done something externally to fix the bullpen. Because we talked about that at several points this morning as well. They need to fix the bullpen. And the most logical way, it seems like at this point, to do that is if they go external and Ben Cherington gets on the phone and makes deals. And I said this earlier, I'll say it again, and I'll open up the phone lines to it at 412-928-9370. Is Seth Hernandez the only untouchable prospect assuming we all want the Pirates to be buyers and assuming if we want them to be buyers, it's for bullpen help almost exclusively. 412-928-9370. Is Hernandez the only one untouchable, or would you move him too for the right guy in return? He's the only one I wouldn't do. Everybody else up for discussion at 412-928-9370. Jolie, did Alika Williams go 3 for 3 last night for the A's? Is that what I'm watching right now on TV?
That's definitely him playing for the Athletics. I know that much. They've become a respectable ball club this year. They've got some studs. And for the Pirates, fortunately, they won't be seeing Brent Rooker. He just went on the injured list. But, I mean, guys like Nick Kurtz, Shea Langeliers, they've got some dogs on that team. So, thankfully for the Pirates, and that's Colorado and Sacramento. Those are batters ball clubs or batters ballparks. So, fortunately for the Pirates, it's a good time to have a good offense.
Against the Sacramento Athletics. I would venture to guess that stadium that they're going to build in Las Vegas is going to be pretty cool.
That should be, yeah.
When you went, did you see it? The construction for it?
I don't think we made it down that far.
Because I believe it's at the old Tropicana Hotel.
That sounds about right.
Because I believe they tore down that hotel to create room to build the stadium. Because when we went to Vegas 2 years ago for the Steeler game, it was either right before, I think it was the week before they imploded the Trop. And then that's obviously where the new stadium is going. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be another pro sports team in Las Vegas, and I would venture to guess that stadium will be pretty intense and massive and state-of-the-art when it gets ready to roll. But, and as far as this 6-game road trip goes, obviously it's 6 games and you have 5 guys in the rotation, so one guy will pitch twice on the road trip, and that one guy will be Jared Jones. Jones pitches tomorrow night against the Athletics at 9:40 against J.T. Ginn. And then he'll pitch the Sunday game, it looks like right now in Colorado a week from today, against Michael Lorenzen. That's a game they got to win because Lorenzen has not been good at all so far this season. But Jones, Keller, and Ashcraft, the 3 slated to start Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in Sacramento against the Athletics. And then Chandler, Skeens, Jones are the slated guys, it seems like right now, for the Rockies series on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with them being off on Thursday. 412-928-9370. Our good friend is Chuck in Uniontown, and now he's on the Fan. Hey, Chuck, what's up?
Good morning, Jack. Thank you. The Pirates can be, first of all, this is a dangerous road trip coming up because historically the Pirates do not play well in places where they do not play often. And, they should, Jack, they should have a good road trip. They're probably better than the Athletics and the Rockies.
Yeah.
Both the Athletics and Rockies are better than we think. But as far as the big point about will the Pirates be over 500 when the Steelers go to camp, if the only numbers that go in the L column are games that the Pirates get beat, they will. That is, if they do not, they cannot be over 500 if they continue to give games away. But if the only games that the Pirates lose are games that they lose, not give away, they can have a chance of being over 500. It's going to be tough with Philadelphia, Atlanta, and Milwaukee. But also, Jack, they've got to massively improve that home record, for Pete's sake. 20-18 is just horrible.
Yeah, and absolutely, Chuck. Always appreciate talking to you. I know that's a point that Chuck is trying to drive home for a while now. Win games at home, especially at the point now. Again, school's let out. They had a good crowd this weekend against the Marlins, especially yesterday. It looked electric when Soto was able to finish it off. You got to win your games at home. And Chuck also brought up a point about, don't give games away. Jolie, they're returning to Colorado. And I think you know where I'm going with this one. And when I think of going to Colorado and hearing somebody say giving games away, one night on August 1st.
Yep, because that was the Friday Night Lights portion of Steelers training camp in Latrobe.
Yep. We were in Sharky's after the night practice, wrapped up our work, went with several other of the Steelers media members to Sharky's, and I think we got there probably around the 7th inning. Plenty of time for that bottom of the 9th. And if you follow Mark Caboli on Twitter, you know that he likes to make fun of the Pirates when they lose. I sat there and watched Kaboom laugh for 10 minutes. And the Rockies won that game to improve to 29-80. They're better than that this year, but they're still not very good. And again, if you forgot about that one, August 1st, the Pirates took a 16-11 lead into the bottom of the 9th inning. 16-12 lead in the bottom of the 9th inning. And Dennis Santana gave up 5 runs to Colorado to lose. But again, that just goes to show you this bullpen, right? Dennis Santana in a third of an inning gave up 5 earned runs, and the ERA for him only went up to 2.31. Dennis Santana was really good last season up until that point, and still had, a relatively decent year. A year ago, finishing with a 2.18 ERA. And it's just, for whatever reason, hasn't been clicking for him so far this season. But Andrew Heaney started that game 3 1/3, and then it all kind of unraveled from there.
The Pirates had separate 9-run leads in that game, and I think they...
Yeah, Andrew McCutchen had 5 RBI in this game.
And I think they scored 9 within the first 2 innings.
How about the first one?
Gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, they were up 9-1 after 1 and lost. So when Chuck says we can't give games away, when I hear don't give games away and going to Colorado, I think of that matchup from a season ago.
Could you imagine placing a $10 bet when the Rockies were down by 9 runs at any point in the game?
Some sicko out there probably did.
Yeah.
And was very happy at the end of the evening. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, but again, the bullpen, I don't know. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain potentially this afternoon and into the evening, in the early evening. So be on the lookout for that. Be weather aware if you're heading down to the ball yard for a 12:15 first pitch between the Marlins and the Pirates. Should be around 76, 77 degrees and cloudy at first pitch this afternoon inside PNC Park. 2 more segments to go. We're not taking you up until 11 o'clock. We're taking you up until 10:45, and we'll hand it over to Dan Zangrilli in the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at that point. So only a couple of more opportunities to fill up the phone lines at 412-928-9370. My name's Jack Hillgrove. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. The biggest stage in world soccer is days away, and every goal changes everything. And now FanDuel is giving you a reason to root for every single one. And introducing Every Goal Pays. Bet on a match and get bonus bets for every goal scored in that match. That's right, more goals means more bonus bets. All you have to do is turn on your token. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started now. The U.S. in this big soccer tournament hosting these games. Usually the host does well. First game will be against Paraguay. That is coming up here in a little bit. And the total goals over-under in this matchup, 2.5 goals, plus 132 to the over, minus 170 to the under, as the U.S. tries to get out to a good start in this tournament. Let there be goals on FanDuel and start playing today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus token. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. The Pirates last night were 3-2 winners over the Marlins. That's from yesterday afternoon, rather. This afternoon, 12:15 is the first pitch between the two teams in the rubber match of the series. Paul Skeens takes on Max Meyer. Coverage on the Fan at 10:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Ryan Reynolds, 20-game on-base streak. Longest since June of 2024 when it got to 25. That's on the line today at 12:15. He extended that yesterday. But it looked like the headline of the Saturday across Major League Baseball, Jolie, is that Yoshinobu Yamamoto gives up a no-hitter in the 9th inning with a home run. And I didn't realize that he also had one, was that last year?
Yeah, against Baltimore last
with 2
last
outs.
fall.
There was 2 outs when he gave up that home run.
And I think it was a walk-off for the Orioles, too, in that game.
That's brutal. But imagine taking a no-hitter into the 9th inning and on 2 separate occasions losing your no-hitter in the 9th inning because of home runs.
That's crazy. And there aren't very many, well, I'll have to look at the list, but it doesn't seem like there are very many pitchers who have 2 or more career no-hitters. There might be a respectable, maybe more than I think, but Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, Nolan Ryan. Remember Mike Fiers?
Mm-hmm.
And I think those are the only 2 complete games of his career.
So there are 35 pitchers. This would be a good name game topic, too. 35 pitchers who have thrown at least 2 no-hitters. Nolan Ryan has 7 of them.
Yeah. I want to see how many others I can name.
Go for it.
So, Ryan, Verlander,
yep, he was
Max
3.
Scherzer.
Hold on. Because it goes in order of...
probably the amount.
Yeah. Scherzer, I don't see him yet.
Oh, he did it. He did it in 2015. They're the only 2 of his career. Because the Pirates.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's in the same season. Yep. All right, so he has 2. So you have Ryan, Scherzer, who else? Verlander, you said.
Verlander, Mike Fiers.
Mike Fiers in 2015 and 2019.
Mark Burley.
Does he have 2?
Yeah.
Yep. 07 and 09. Somebody has 4. So Verlander has 3. Nolan Ryan has 7. Somebody has 4.
Someone with 4? Sandy Koufax?
Yep.
Wow.
62, 63, 64, and 65. 1 a year for 4 straight years is pretty cool. 65 was a perfect game against the Cubs. Couple of others with 3. Couple of names. I'll just give you one. Larry Corcoran.
Never heard of him.
Okay, because his no-hitters were in 1880, 1882, and 1884.
Ron Cook might remember them, but not me.
Imagine having 3 no-hitters like 20 years after the Civil War. 15 years after the Civil War ended. Another old-timey one on here. One of them took place in the 1800s, but a pretty notable name.
Were they a Pirate?
No. Who's like the one guy that pitched in the 1910s that everybody knows?
Babe Ruth.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
The award.
Oh, Cy.
Yeah, Cy Young has 3. Bob Feller has 3. So Koufax with 4, Ryan with 7. 7 no-hitters is unbelievable.
That is absurd.
It's so sick. 7 no-hitters, but never a perfect game. Which is interesting. And then several guys with 3. Verlander, Bob Feller, Cy Young, Larry Corcoran. And then a bunch of guys with 2. A couple of other ones, especially within our lifetime of being conscious enough to have sports opinions. Arrieta has 2.
Oh, that's right. I should have remembered that one.
Tim Lincecum has 2.
If we're
both against the Padres.
Yes, that's right. If we're counting postseason, Roy Halladay would have 2.
Yep. Postseason in a perfect game. The perfect game against the Florida Marlins. Again, another take about speaking of the Marlins, because they play the Marlins today and have played the Marlins all weekend. Them not being the Florida Marlins anymore is a shame.
Yeah.
Those Florida Marlins jerseys of the 2000s with the teal and the pinstripes were exquisite.
A.J. Burnett and Dontrell Willis.
Dontrell Willis was the man. Loved Dontrell Willis.
He never had a no-no, did he? I don't think he ever did.
I don't think he did either. Homer Bailey has 2 no-hitters.
That's right, yes.
One of them was in Pittsburgh, September of 2012.
He's like him and Mike Fiers are like the 2 guys you'd least expect to have 2 in their careers.
Addie Ross in 08 and 10, 1908 and 1910, both against the White Sox. I find it interesting. There's a lot of them on here that have had at least 2 against the same team. But yeah, 35 starting pitchers all time with at least 2 no-hitters. Several with 3, 1 with 4, Sandy Koufax, and 1 with 7, Nolan Ryan. He had 2 in 73, 1 in 74, 1 in 75, and then not again until 81, and then 90 and 91. He no hitters across 3 decades, Joel.
That is wildly. That may never happen again.
That'll never happen again.
That's even more impressive than like Vince Carter playing in 3 different decades.
I got one more in me. That meme. Will Paul Skeens join the list of 2 no-hitters?
He has to, right?
Yeah.
He'll get at least 1. Not sure if it's going to be with Pittsburgh, but...
Well, with the way that Don Kelly's managing this bullpen, I don't know if it'll be with when Don Kelly's at least his manager. Because, again, it goes back to the point from the overall point of the show. And the biggest, I think, storyline yesterday locally was Bubba Chandler being pulled when he was pulled yesterday. That should not be happening. Now, would Skeens have been pulled in that situation? Probably not, because he's Skeens. But the no-hitter, or lack thereof so far for Skeens, that's like the last feather in his cap almost, from an individual standpoint. But he'll get one. He'll absolutely give one. Will it be in Pittsburgh? Maybe. Maybe not. How about him showing up to that Little League field as well? I haven't been on the air since that happened.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I was talking to my mom about it because when I played Little League baseball, we were always like that group of Little League kids that would like there were multiple times we would stay after Little League games and order pizza to the Little League field and all hang out and like play Rundown or whatever. And like on multiple occasions, I was a young kid at a Little League field way past when the lights are on, just hanging out with your buddies outside. And I could only imagine putting myself in those young kids' shoes and just, you happen to be, you're goofing off with your buddies and you look over and you're like, is that Paul Skeens? And then you're like, guys, Paul Skeens is over there. And then he was there, they said, for like almost 2 hours. What a guy.
And that was the night before his start against the Dodgers, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, those kids are going to be baseball fans for life. Like,
oh my
goodness.
Just
know it.
And I mean, those kids will tell their kids and their grandkids about that night. Unforgettable experience. And it's very cool that a bunch of those kids are going to be able to have that memory forever, and B, the fact that he was just like, you know what? Put himself in their shoes for that moment and did that. I mean, kudos. And in typical Paul fashion, when Hannah Mears asked him about it, he was like, yeah, it's cool. Mr. Personality. No, but I mean, in all seriousness, one of the coolest things I think I've seen a pro athlete do in a really, really long time. 412-928-9370 is the number. If you missed the Sunday same game parlay, it is as follows. First inning under 0.5 runs. Ryan O'Hearn, RBI. Both starting pitchers to go over on their strikeout totals. Meyer is over 5.5 for Miami, and Skeens' total was 6.5. We're going over on both of them. And the under was 7, but we're going an alternate total under 9.5 today. That's the Sunday same game parlay. We're 0 for 9 this year, but gosh darn it, we're going to fire one up at some point. 412-928-9370, number of the fan. Text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there is never a fee unless we get money for you. We're going into our final segment, aren't we, Joel?
I guess so.
Yeah, right, because we normally do 3 an hour, and we're wrapping up before 11, so it's going to be 2, and this was the first one. So your last chance to fire up your phone and dial 412-928-9370 to sound off for the Pirates in their series finale today against the Miami Marlins before a 6-game road trip out west in Sacramento against the A's and then Colorado against the Rockies, where they gave up 5 runs in the 9th inning and lost 17-16 to a team with 80 losses and less than 30 wins less than a calendar year ago. So that's on tap. And again, your final chance to dial in at 412-928-9370. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 10:45. We're taking you up until then. It's Jack Hillgrove on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Knicks last night, 94-90 winners over the Spurs to clinch their first NBA title in 53 years. On the ice, the Carolina Hurricanes have a chance to win the title for the first time since 2006. They take on the Golden Knights at 8 o'clock this evening, being played in Vegas in Game 6 of that series. Carolina leading 3-2. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today,
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join 93.7 The Fan at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department on Wednesday, June 17th for the Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Make a donation to the cause, and you'll get a free lunch from 11 to 1. Hot dogs, chips, cookies, beverages, and more. The community lunch is courtesy of Saloni's Italian Bread, Smith's Hot Dogs, and Oakmont Bakery. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. 15 minutes to go to the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan the Man Zangrilli. Threw this out there, 412-928-9370, and it looks like a couple of the other YouTube faithful are in the chat. Johnny the Barber being one of them. Hello, Johnny. The Fan 5 alarm is Wednesday and Thursday. The pairings are set. I have not been given the green light to share them. I'm sure they'll be talked about this week, so you'll find out soon enough. But what would be your dream pairings for the Fan 5 alarm on Wednesday and Thursday? 412-928-9370 or in the YouTube chat. Throw them in the comments. Let me see what you got. Pirates and Marlins at 12:15. The Peacock game. They have a couple more of those on Sundays from now until the end of the season. Normally the Sunday home games are like at what, a 1:35 usually. But 12:15 to get today against the Fish. Paul Skeens and Max Meyer. Two pitchers with pretty similar numbers. 2.85 ERA for Meyer, 2.84 for Skeens. Skeens has 89 strikeouts to Meyer's 86. But the strikeout to walk ratio is ridiculous, as it is always with Skeens. He has 89 strikeouts to 15 walks. Meyer, 86 to 29 free passes. And something to monitor for Paul Skeens. To this point in his major league career, he's made 69 starts in his career. Nice. Today is start number 70 for Skeens. Inning number 397 will be pitched today in his career for the reigning Cy Young winner. Skeens has 475 career strikeouts to 89 walks. Joel and I were talking about this earlier. Does Skeens get to 500 career strikeouts before 100 career walks? And you have to break it down. Does he get to 25? Does he strike out 25 batters before he walks 11? Because that's what it is. He 89 career walks, 475 career strikeouts. I think he does. There's been guys that have done that in the past, most recently George Kirby, who got like close to 600 career strikeouts before 100 career walks, which is nuts. But if Skeens gets to 500 career strikeouts before 100 career walks, he'd be the first Pirate to ever do that, which is a pretty ridiculous number. 412-928-9370. Good transition to Joni in Bethel Park, who wants to talk about Paul Skeens. Hello, Joni.
Yeah, hey, real quick. This is probably a crazy thing to say, but I know you mentioned a few days ago about Paul Skeens not being himself. And I was just wondering if there could be a slim possibility where there are problems in paradise. And the reason I say that, I know he's a professional and this shouldn't affect him, but he is a man. But years ago when Terry Bradshaw was quarterbacking for the Steelers, every time he was involved with a woman, his game suffered. Could there be some problems?
Joni, I don't think so. She posted a TikTok, Joni, thanks for the call, when he showed up at that Little League field and she was like crying. So, no. And Paul Skeens is fine. I'm not concerned about Paul Skeens on the field at all, and I think he could have a potential Skeens-like day today. He's got good numbers against the Marlins. Let's go to Ken on the road on the Fan. Hey, Ken.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, man.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to mention when you guys were talking about the no-hitters, I mean, now that they had that stupid pitch count rule, players would be lucky to get one no-hitter. But I just mentioned back in the day, remember Johnny Vandermeer threw back-to-back no-hitters. That's never going to happen again.
Probably not. And the ridiculous one with Nolan Ryan 7. Nolan Ryan has a no-hitter in 3 different decades. The 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. That'll never happen again. That's always another evergreen topic. I might want to try and bring that up at some point during the 5 alarm this week. The most ridiculous record stats that'll never happen again. That might be one of the most ridiculous ones. No other person ever will have a no-hitter across 3 decades ever again.
Yeah, that's never going to happen again. Here's an interesting text from a couple of minutes ago. They said, how about Nolan Ryan had 7 no-hitters and no Cy Youngs, but Roger Clemens has 7 Cy Youngs and no no-hitters.
That's like Lincoln's secretary named Kennedy and Kennedy's secretary's named Lincoln. That's actually very interesting, though. Jim in Mount Lebanon. Hello, Jim.
Yeah, the funny thing is, that's what I was calling to tell you, was I sent that text about Nolan Ryan and
nice.
Roger Clemens. So, enjoy the show. Thank you very much.
All right, there it is. Short and sweet to the point with Jim. How about that? Have we ever had anybody double down, text line to call in? It's good stuff, though. Yeah, but again, it's like it's Lincoln's secretary's Kennedy and Kennedy's secretary's Lincoln. Johnny the Barber, good morning, sir.
It's always good to speak with the Hillgroves, and if I could be paired up with anyone at the 5 Alarm Fire, I'd want it to be a Hillgrove.
Well, thank you, sir.
I have a theory, and Barber Football Focus has a theory, what's going on with Skeens.
Okay.
I think it's possible Will Howard's aura has sucked the Mochissimo out of him. I mean, it's going to be a matter of time before we're going to see Livy dating Howard. I think he stole his aura.
I think Will Howard's engaged, though, Johnny. Is he not?
He's from Ohio State. He takes whatever he wants. National championships, records, touchdowns, whatever he wants.
There you have it. Will we see you this week? Will you make a stop at one of the 5 Alarm locations?
I've been asked to appear. Yes, I will be there.
Well,
I will be there with bells on, brother.
Hopefully I see you. I'm like spread out throughout the lineup, so I don't know if I'll be there when you're there, but I hope I am. Always good to talk to you, good sir. Thanks for the call. Again, it is Wednesday, a lunch from 11 to 1. You can stop by and get hot dogs, sandwiches, chips, cookies from 11 to 1 at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department on Wednesday, and obviously hang out with us. And that's sponsored by Smith's Hot Dogs, Oakmont Bakery, and Firehouse Subs of Butler Crossing. So subs, hot dogs, chips, cookies, all that stuff from 11 to 1 on Wednesday at the Fan 5 Alarm. And you can still make that tax-deductible donation by texting FIRE to 412-207-3456. Let's go to Troy up on Mount Washington. What's up, Troy? Good to talk to you, man.
Jack, what's up, brother?
Nothing much.
In terms of the Paul Skeens and the Trouble in Paradise and stuff, it's like, guys, I just don't think people realize, like, yes, Paul Skeens is a superhero, but he's not Superman, okay? He's Batman, which means he's a superhero, but at times he's a human as well.
Yep.
And you can't expect a guy to consistently do what he was doing at that level for the rest of his career. He's still under a 3 ERA. No problems with Skeens, no fear for Skeens moving forward.
Yeah, that's very cut and dry, very straight to the point.
So this is a game I like to play with my friends, and it's, it's not really, it may not happen, it may not be probable, but it's called dream scenario. What is your dream scenario right now with people that they could get or sign or do? What is your dream scenario for your 4 best bullpen pitchers in your starting pitching rotation if you could pick?
I mean, does that include like guys they could potentially trade for as well?
Yeah. I mean, and when I say potentially trade for, I mean, like, yes, they actually could go and trade for these players.
I mean, obviously the dream is Skubal, but I also want to answer this realistically with you as well. I think the rotation is fine right now. I mean, if I'm going to have a concern, it's Keller, but like he's a veteran, and I have some sort of confidence that he can bounce back. The bullpen needs reshaped. I like Soto a lot still. Evan Sisk, if those are your lefties out of the back end, I'm fine with that. I would still like for them to kick the tires on Aroldis Chapman. I mean, Ben Cherington has ties to the Red Sox organization, obviously. He's made trades with Boston in the past as a member of the as the Pirates general manager, and they still stink. They're 10 games below 500, and Chapman's on a kind of an expiring contract. So I would like for them to kick the tires on a guy like Aroldis Chapman to bring in. And I don't know names specifically, Troy, but if I were to make a request, it would be they would have to trade for at least 2 back end bullpen guys.
See, for me, like my dream, like I know this would never happen, but I always wanted Jared Jones to be our closer. I know he's a starting pitcher for us, but it's just like something that I've always wanted. But if I were to do the starting lineup right now that I want Skeens. Then at the 2 spot, I want someone that we went out and got. I want to get a bona fide starter. I think that we have a lot of good pitching that comes into our starting rotation that if they were in our bullpen, I'd feel more confident. So if we're going to tell me we're going to get Skeens, we're going to get a second starter, then you're going to run Ashcraft out there, then you're going to run Jones out there, then you start opening up the possibility of having people like Bubba Chandler and Majinski in your bullpen. You're running that because you can get – I think Keller would do a lot better at that 5th spot. I just think that if we go out and get a starting pitcher and we bring him into the rotation and we make him our 2 or 3 guy, it just opens up so many possibilities because we have so many weird things with the 5-6 spot right now that like it doesn't seem like it's going to work itself out. We're not using those 2 players at the best of our ability. So for me, go get someone who's going to start for you for the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, Troy, thanks for the call, man. Another name that I'm keeping my eye on too, John Schreiber. One of the better relievers for the Royals right now. The ERA is... Crap, I just had him up. 284. Not a super high velo guy. I mean, the velocity on the 4-seamer is around like 93 and tops out around 95, 96. But low walks. The whip's like 1.1, and he's under contract. He's in the final year of his contract with the Royals, $3.7 million that avoided arbitration. He's 32 and an unrestricted free agent. So, yeah, at the deadline, you generally have to overpay for relievers. And a guy like Chapman, who's been there, done that, and would come back into Pittsburgh, and be a closer option. I mean, obviously, Soto's been okay. He's got, 10 saves, but if you bring a guy like Chapman back into the fold, I mean, I think that takes Santana out of 9-inning roles in the future. But Schreiber's a 7th, 8th inning guy that just doesn't walk a whole lot of batters. And from a budgetary standpoint, because we still have to talk about that when we talk about this team, it's not necessarily out of the question. And the Royals are not very good, to say the least. So that's another name I'm keeping my eye on as far as the trade deadline goes. What do you think, Jolie? 2 relievers? I don't think it's that much of a crazy ask, but I think they need to try and get at least 2 with the way this bullpen's been trending.
Yeah, 2 relievers at bare minimum if we're talking about realistically. Aroldis Chapman, and then not put together, but realistically, I mean, we could say that the Pirates could use a left-handed starting pitcher, right?
Yeah.
It's not of the most importance, but, just to have a lefty in the rotation with all those right-handers. How about the Pirates contact the L.A. Angels for Reed Detmers and an under-the-radar reliever, Sam Bachman, who has a 1.99 ERA. He's on one of my fantasy teams. He's been spectacular for them, and not enough people are focusing on his name right now. Chapman's like the biggest name out there pretty much, but, I mean, a 1.99 ERA for a guy on the Angels, and have him and Reed Detmers go to the Pirates for however many prospects it's going to take.
Detmers is in the final year of his. No, he's still under club control. I thought maybe he was under because I think this is his 6th season in the bigs, but he still has 2 more years of arbitration. And at 26 and with the 5th most, he's the 5th most strikeouts in baseball. What would that take, Joel? I mean,
it's one of those where you're not giving away the whole farm, but you're also making a splash and making a statement, and that's what they need to do. So it's not one of those. Yeah.
I'll co-sign it with you. And on that note, we bid you adieu. My friend, it's always a joy. What's your working situation for Wednesday and Thursday? I'm sure all you guys will be around the clock.
I'll be here Thursday night and then currently off Wednesday, so hopefully to swing by at some point Wednesday and or Thursday.
I'll see you Wednesday, and I'll work with you Thursday evening.
Good deal. Let's do it.
Yeah, so I'm on a couple of times Wednesday, once in the afternoon, Thursday for the 5 alarm, and then Thursday night at 6 p.m. after the 5 alarm is over and the Pirates are off, transitioning from Sacramento to Colorado on the West Coast road trip next week. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli is next. I'm Jack Hillgrove signing off. We'll talk to you soon.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder & Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Ready to kick off summer in a new GMC? Head to Joe Ball GMC for Truck Month, where the inventory is huge, the savings are even bigger, and qualified buyers can score rates as low as 0% financing. Plus, save big across their entire lineup of new GMC vehicles. Hurry in today or go to joeballgm.com.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
BetMGM isn't pulling any punches when it comes to you enjoying fight night. Before you lace up your gloves and get ready for action, be sure to log into your existing BetMGM account to receive an MMA odds boost token on the house. It's easy to use. All you have to do is add a qualifying MMA bet to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win the bet with your MMA odds boost token attached, you'll get extra winnings. Don't miss out on the old 1-2 punch of combat action and BetMGM this year. Go for the knockout and claim your MMA odds boost token on the house. Step into the ring for fight night with the chance to win a bigger payout on your next MMA bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spencer Toyota, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And good morning from PNC Park, on the air with you usually around noon. Well, because the game is nationally televised on Peacock, we have the only free and exclusive place to hear Pirates Marlins rubber match of a 3-game series, and it's on the flagship station for your Buccos Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, where today Pittsburgh looks to take 2 of 3 and finish their 6-game homestand with a .500 record. And considering how it started with a beatdown of the by the Los Angeles Dodgers, and a bullpen meltdown in the third game of the series. Pittsburgh feeling a little bit better about themselves after yesterday's 3-2 victory that was something that resembled a little more normalcy as it pertains to aesthetically pleasing baseball. Bubba Chandler walking just 1 over 5 2/3, striking out 6, and 3 1/3 scoreless relief from Mason Montgomery, Yohan Ramirez, and a save from Soto gave the Pirates their 36th win of the year. And today it's a Paul Skeens Sunday before the Buccos head to Sacramento for a West Coast road swing that'll take on the A's tomorrow night and then make their way next weekend against the Colorado Rockies. It's a wonderful pitching matchup today. Mentioned Skeens going for the Pirates in his 15th start of the year. Max Meyer is off to a terrific start. He's been beset by a ton of injury, a really unique and quirky kind of story. 3rd overall pick in the 2020 draft. Meyer is 6-0 with a 285 earned run average. So if you like stuff, we've got it for you here as a couple of aces will duel for the Miami Marlins. Their 6-game win streak was snapped yesterday. They'd won 9 of their last 10, the best team in baseball in the month of June before the Pirates were able to hand them defeat. So they are now back to under 500, a game under. So what do we got for you here? Plenty to get to in a rather short period of time. Ben Cherington's radio show coming your way at 11:15. We'll have a 12:15 first pitch. Again, the game on the Peacock Network, and it's a streaming service. You got to pay for it if you don't already have it. So if you want to just keep the radio close by, that's probably best. As the Pirates look to get back to 2 games over 500, sitting at 36-35. A fast look at the standings from Pella Windows and Doors. Visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pirates remaining 7.5 games back with essentially everybody else yesterday winning in the National League Central Division. The Cubs have rattled off 3 straight wins, so they're a game ahead of Pittsburgh at 37-34 for 3rd place in the Central. 7 of 10 on the good side for the Cardinals. They're 8 over 500 at 38-30, and 4 back of 1st place Milwaukee. Pirates have a 2-game lead on Cincinnati. They're in the basement of the division. 11.5 back for the Miami Marlins in the tough National League East. Pirates have struggled against the Eastern Division so far this year. Yesterday, just their 4th win of the year, 4-11 against NL East teams. That's Washington, New York, Philadelphia. They've played them all, and again have lost 11 of 15 games. What's on tap, courtesy of Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8 in Hampton, drive a little, save a lot. Both 30 and 12-pack Bud Light lime cans are available. That refreshing hint of lime just in time for these summer days. We'll hear from our minor league correspondents as we do. Some pretty good debuts after a lot of transactions took place earlier in the week throughout the Pirates minor league system, so a lot of fresh faces in Indy. Andrew Kappas will tell us about that. El Tuna also checks in, and we will hear from Don Kelly on Paul Skeens, because the Pirates are just 25-25, a 500 club going all the way back to the beginning of last year, and that's obviously not acceptable when we're talking about a generational talent like Paul Skeens. So Pittsburgh, having lost his last 5 starts, trying to get to over 500 in games that Paul Skeens pitches, which just sounds like a ridiculous notion. And we'll hear from the Buccos skipper on that front. And looking at some of the underlying metrics on Skeens, Don Kelly really not worried about Skeens at all. I know a lot of folks from the velocity front, and with some of his starts over the last couple of weeks, making him look like a mere mortal and not a superhuman. Kelly kind of calms the waters there as it pertains to Paul Skeens. So we'll get into that coming up. And when we do get the Pirates lineup, we'll be sure to pass that along. We have the Marlins, but not Pittsburgh's. I don't foresee there being any roster moves, but we've had plenty of those over the last few days, so something could be coming down the pike. We'll be sure to pass it along if that is indeed happening. All right, let's see here. Weather forecast. Oh, yeah, that's important. Some overcast skies and some light rain rolled through the area. They put the tarp on, kept it on for about 20 minutes. Just about 5 minutes ago, they took it off, and they're wrapping it up, and they're putting the tarp on the tarp, which is always a good sign. But as we sit here right now, 74 degrees, and there will be rain later this afternoon. But I think the fact that we're starting at 12:15 as opposed to 1:35, that's a really good thing, and the storms should dodge us entirely. So that's your weather forecast from Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When weather disasters strike, be sure to call Panhandle Cleaning and restoration. But before we turn the page to today, really good, feel-good game yesterday. Pirates getting good pitching, taking a 1-0 lead. Marlins tied it up 1-1. Pirates grab another lead with a Brian Reynolds RBI double, and then, Miami ties it up again, so a back-and-forth seesaw affair with both teams trading run for run. But on the mound, it was Bubba Chandler, who was really good, throwing 17 of 22 first-pitch strikes. He had an eclectic pitch mix. It was really encouraging because Chandler was leading Major League Baseball in walk rate, and he wasn't getting very deep into games. He was averaging less than 5 innings a start, going 5 2/3 yesterday, 56 of his 84 pitches for strikes, and the only walk did not come until his final inning, the 6th inning, and it was against the league's leading hitter in Otto Lopez, leading Major League Baseball in both runs and average and hits. So maybe pitching around him a little bit. The command was pinpoint. Chandler not happy with the start, though. You'll listen to him in his almost self-deprecating, self-loathing self here post-game. Otherwise, though, really encouraging step forward for Bubba Chandler after yesterday's 3-2 victory that saw the Pirates scratch one across with 2 outs in the 8th inning to get the 1-run victory and get back over 500. So here's Bubba Chandler with reporters afterwards.
Another solid outing for you today. Just how would you assess what you were able to do?
Yeah, it was a good day. There was pound zone, letting them kind of make mistakes, making good pitches and executing pitches. There was, still some bad stuff, like the first or third inning whenever they scored some runs, just bad execution with 2 strikes, and really 0-2. I mean, that's kind of the only thing I'm kind of mad about is just not getting pitches where they need to be. And they were good pitches. I mean, shoot, the Hicks hit was a ball out, just kind of dropped the barrel on it, like good swing. But again, just, either get it higher or execute it better. And that's, they don't score there. And then, we're probably looking at a different 6th inning. And,
What has led to your progress over the past 2 outings, Bob? Has it been more physical? Has it been more mentality kind of thing?
I think over the course of the last month and a half, it's, everything's just getting better. Like, a couple outs away, a couple pitches away from, instead of going 5-2 or 5-3, I'm, now getting a quality start. And, I think just learning and growing. And, I think it kind of just today with Stowers, the last guy I faced, I'm not saying I would have punched him out, but, I got him 0-2 and then, tried to do too much with, 3 pitches in a row and then ended up, that ball hit him, I guess. But, just stuff like that of learning, you ain't gotta do a whole lot. Just go out there and execute and, look up and have a good day.
All right, so there is Bubba Chandler after yesterday's 5 2/3 innings performance, and the Bucco bullpen, again, 3 1/3 scoreless. 8th inning, great National League sequence after they were getting their doors blown off by Anthony Bender, a 3-pitch strikeout of Nick Gonzalez, and then a 4-pitch strikeout of Endy Rodriguez. Tyler Callahan, I think, had the most important at-bat of the game yesterday, falling behind 1-2. You're thinking that Bender is just going to mow through the Pirates in the 8th inning, but Callahan played cricket with the baseball, served an opposite field single through the left side of the infield, and then he was in motion on a ground ball through the vacant left side. Very next at-bat from Jake Mangum that put runners at first and third. Mangum would then steal second, and Triolo worked a walk to flip the lineup card over to Spencer Horwitz, who with the bases loaded was plunked by a pitch, and Anthony Bender melted down. He was 1 pitch away from getting out of the 8th inning. Instead, he just could not get the pesky Pirates, and the Pirates scratch across an 8th inning run and win it 3-2. All right, so that's yesterday. We turn the page to this afternoon at 12:15, a Paul Skeens Sunday against Max Meyer. Let's get into a great pitching matchup that we have on tap for you coming up next. We invite you to stay tuned. Here from PNC Park, it's the rubber match of a 3-game series between the Pirates and Marlins. I'm Dan Zang, really with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. Glad to have you along on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to PNC Park. Pirates and Marlins finish up their series. It's the rubber match as the Bucks look to take 2 of 3 and finish the 6-game homestand with a 3-3 record. They're a game over 500 at 36-35. The Marlins a game under. All righty, we've got some injury news updates for you here, courtesy of Robert Pearson Associates, Pittsburgh's premier personal injury attorneys. We've learned that Connor Griffin will not accompany the team on their West Coast road trip to Sacramento to take on the A's. Instead, Griffin is headed to Florida, so he's going to work on things there with his elbow. And then who knows, does he get into a rehab assignment or can he rejoin the team here before July 1st? That's sort of what I've heard is the kind of soft target, but it is a moving target. Ben Cherington, his radio show coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll have more on that, I would assume, with Jason Mackey. Taking a look at the starting lineups, which were just released here a moment ago while we were at break. They're brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center. Cure your Hep C No insurance necessary for care. DH day for Spencer Horwitz, yesterday's hero. He's atop the batting card. Good to see that he's all right after taking that hit by pitch square on the leg shin area. Brandon Lowell swings second, plays second. Brian Reynolds with a 20-game on-base streak. It is a few games shy of his career high, a 28-gamer back in 2023, but he's really swinging a good bat. 319 with a 967 OPS over that time. The switch hitter, who's played some really good defense in left field, has robbed 3 home runs this homestand in the 3 spot of the order. First baseman Ryan O'Hearn hits 4th with Nick Gonzalez hitting 5th at third base. Tyler Callahan, he's played his way into the lineup. He's earning the time, and the hot hand continues to hit in the 6th spot of the order. He'll play right field for Don Kelly. Jake Mangum, center fielder, he'll hit 7th. The shortstop Jared Triolo 8th, and Henry Davis, the personal caddy of Paul Skeens, in the 9th spot of the batting order. And yes, Skeens has the ball for the Pirates against Max Meyer. A couple of aces that are throwing really well this year. A 2.85 earned run average for Max Meyer, a 2.84 ERA for Paul Skeens. That's who has the ball, brought to you by Joe Ball GMC, and you can have it all at Joe Ball. And Skeens able to get back on the saddle a bit in his last start against the Dodgers. A quality start, 2 runs over 6 innings, and he struck out 7. The underlying metrics have still been really good, even though Skeens at times over the last few weeks has looked like a mere mortal, which Don Kelly tells us is just basically how it's going to go sometimes, and he may have a stretch or 3 like this over the course of a season. But to the fact that the Pirates, going back to the start of last year, have a .500 record with Skeens on the mound, well, that is not acceptable. Here's the Bucco skipper.
When you look at Paul's stuff on the whole, he's still, it's elite stuff. And outside of a few, the opening day start where he gave up 5 2/3 of an inning, and then he was rolling again in the rain game where he only went 4. There's been some things that have impacted him in a standpoint, and then he's had some normal starts that, we talked about. The expectations are so high for Paul Skeens that when he gives up 4 and 5 innings, that is going to happen to starting pitchers at times. We just expect so much out of him. I think that the way he's been throwing it, he has had some starts that weren't to that exceptional level, but they still were at a point to give us a chance to win, and his stuff has continued to show an elite level pitcher.
How hard is it as a manager to kind of make peace with that when Paul Skeens, who's an elite pitcher, is on the mound, that you're basically playing .500 baseball the last 2 years, like last year and this year? This is a guy that you should be having a .750 win percentage.
It is, and last year, we did not do a good job of scoring runs. We knew that with him and Mitch. And this year, feel like the offense is much improved and has been better. We need to find a way to win those games that Paul is pitching. And there have been some games that we've scored runs and have given up runs as well. We have to find a way to win those.
Dan, the Pirates have lost more than they've won with Skeens on the mound this year. They are 6-8 in the 14 Paul Skeens starts, 6-5 with a 2.84 ERA. Really interesting story. Max Meyer, he's got a great fastball, slider, sweeper is elite as well. He has been beset by a ton of injuries. The 3rd overall pick in the 2020 draft, Tommy John surgery in 2022, left hip labrum surgery in 2025, and he also has a severe mold allergy. He was constantly lethargic, and that was something that really plagued him, but they figured it out after years of unexplained fatigue, and that's taken him to the next level, and he's unbeaten this year, 6-0 with a 2.85 earned run average. Up next, our minor league correspondents check in, and we'll get you some keys to victory before we send you to the Ben Sherrington radio show. Pirates and Marlins, rubber match of a 3-game series concluding a 6-game homestand. Pirates on Paul Skeens Sunday. Glad to have you along from the North Shore on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, your home for Steak on a Stone.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random plus one.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
No shame, no judgment.
Your health matters.
At Central Outreach Wellness Center, we care about our community.
Confidential STI testing, PrEP, and accessible health services for everyone.
Your health, your way.
Visit centraloutreach.com.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Robert Pierce & Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pierce & Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pierce & Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
It's the final seconds of the match, and the world is watching. He's lining up the shot. The crowd is on their feet. Whoa! Wait, that's not the goal. That's a gas line. Ooh, red car. Before you dig in your yard, make the smart play and call 811 to have underground utility lines marked. Contact 811 before you dig, because hitting a gas line is definitely a penalty. Visit PA1call.org.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dan Zangrilli here for the rubber match Pirates and Marlins on a skiing Sunday. Checking in, our AAA broadcaster Andrew Kappas with a minor league report from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Now through August, earn 5% cash back. Gas, groceries, restaurants, travel with their Visa cards. Terms, membership, eligibility requirements, AllegiantFCU.org. Here's Kappas on the new look Indianapolis Indians.
With the Indianapolis Indians, I'm Andrew Kappas. Rehabbing Pittsburgh Pirates catcher Joey Bart arrived on Friday night, and boy, did he not miss a beat. 3 hits for Joey on Friday night, including a double that broke up a no-hitter, a 2-run homer that salted the Indians' lead, and then later a single. He fell just a triple shy of the cycle in his first rehab game of 2026 with Indy. This week was a week of AAA debuts. Derek Berg, Indians catcher, was hitless in his first start behind the dish, but his second was memorable, including his first AAA hit. It sailed 434 feet over the left field wall, bounced down a hill and nearly hit Maryland Street, the road that is way outside Victory Field, out to the left and left center. Berg has been excellent behind the dish as well defensively for the Indians in a small sample size since arriving from AA Altoona. Also, Christian Curtis. He was the scheduled starter all week. Everybody wondering what he would do in his AAA debut. All he did was pitch into the 6th inning, tie a career high with 10 strikeouts, hold a very potent Columbus offense to 1 hit, and issue just 2 walks. He got the victory in his AAA debut. Very excited for start number 2 for Christian Curtis with the Indians at the AAA level. Indianapolis looking to finish off their series against Columbus, Cleveland's top affiliate, with a victory here this afternoon. With Indy, I'm Andrew Kappas.
All right, good stuff on the New Look I-Tribe out there in Indy. Dan Zangerly back here on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. All right, we got to get you a key to victory, brought to you by Spitzer Toyota in Monroeville, spitzertoyota.com. I think it's as simple as, laying off the braking stuff, because there's a ton of swing and miss on it from Max Meyer. So there's that. You also just have to simply win a start that Paul Skeens makes. You've lost your last 5. You're 6-8. That ain't no good. So figure that out. Skeens pitched well enough to win his last time out. All right, pick to click from Precision Pointing. A prediction is Tyler Callahan's legend will continue to grow. He's 5 for 10 on the homestand. How could it not continue on? That's from Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net, Pittsburgh's premier masonry company. PA1 call of the game with Brownie and